Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you some live updates on a couple of stories. First of all, obviously, there's the Iran deal, which has still not been released, but there's a bunch of reports about what's supposedly in it. So we're going to talk about the Iran deal. Also, 5 men have been arrested in an alleged plot to attack the UFC White House event Sunday night. UFC Freedom 250, we got updates on that. We got some court documents. So we're going to be talking about both of those. And we're going to be taking your comments and questions on the air. You can give me a shout on X at Lookner. I'll be checking the chat as well, and I appreciate you being with us here today. And Cashew the Kitten says skeptical. The signing event is supposed to be Friday, although it's a little confusing. I believe President Trump at one point yesterday might have said it was signed, but they're having a signing event. I don't even, well, who knows what's happening with all that. So I'm not even sure about that. Anyways, they are supposed to have some sort of signing event. But then there's reports that some Iranian tankers have already started moving with oil. So we'll have to see. We'll give you an update. And we'll take some comments from you guys. Thanks to our moderators for being here. We have moderating Ruth, who is over there on YouTube. Thanks so much, Ruth. We also have moderating Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev. On Twitch, thank you, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X. And hold on. Why am I not hearing anything here? Let's see. Am I hearing things? Is the sound working? That's odd. Why is that not louder? I might have to fix the sound. Well, I don't know if it's going to matter. It's very odd. I should be hearing myself. Let's see. Hold on. What's this? Let's see how this works. Maybe it's that's why. I see. I see. Okay, that's good. I should hear myself. I think we'll be fine. That's why. I see. All right, sorry. Sorry about that. All right, sound is working. Sound is working. K. Larry Body on Facebook moderating, thank you. Andrea Holder moderating over there, thank you so much. Hey, also thanks to PH Survivor 92 for being a member, thank you. Cosmic Brownies, thank you for your support, Cosmic Brownies. Ramen in my tum tum, thank you so much. Hey, Dragon Noise. Yeah, I just posted about this on my X account. 10 Philadelphia, NBC 10 says there is a hospital, Wilmington Hospital in Delaware. There's reportedly been a shooting there. Scanner audio said that 2 people had been shot inside the hospital, but that has not been confirmed by police. So if I hear more on that, I will let you know. I will keep an eye out for more. Thank you to Dragon Noise. And also, yes, 2 gunshot victims from the hospital. It's right here. See, Wilmington police, 2 gunshot victims at this hospital in Wilmington. Wilmington Hospital. So they just came out with that about 10, 15 minutes ago. I hope the people survive. Reportedly, well, I don't have any information on their conditions. Okay. Thank you, Thomas PO419 for the memberships too. That's really nice of you, Thomas PO419. Thank you. Also, Stormy Dude, thank you so much. Phil1941, thanks for being a member. Hey, JD63, that's really kind of you. Very generous of you. JD63, thank you so much for all your support of the channel. That's really nice of you. And also, V110 for subscribing on Twitch. Kendra Fox for all your support on Twitch. Thanks, Kendra Fox. All right, let's get into this. Now, hang on a second here. Give me a moment. So I was thinking, I think I'm going to start by talking about the Iran deal, and then we'll get to the plot, the alleged plot on the UFC White House event. Okay, hold on a moment here. Now, so remember, the deal hasn't come out yet, but there's been all this reporting about stuff that's in the deal. I'll show you a couple things on this. You know where I'll actually start on this today? I'll actually start. Faytux News pointed out that Channel 12 News Israel posted what they said are the main points of the deal. I think it's just, let's see here. Thanks to Faytux News for mentioning that. So I'm going to go over, this is from Channel 12 News Israel. We're going to talk about, they said, they posted today what they said are the main points of the deal. Now, I'm not sure they're right. I read over it. It seems to match a lot of what's being reported. And then there's some, reportedly this deal is a page and a half long. And there's a number, a lot of these points are short points. And then the question is, well, what's the details about the stuff? So again, reportedly it's a short deal. And it's very possible that if we all had the deal in front of us right now, there's still a lot we wouldn't know because some of these points they're not very detailed. Okay, so let's talk. The first thing I want to do is just go point by point here, and mention this. Give me a second here. Be a good way to do this. Hang on. Maybe I'll do it this way. Maybe this will work. Hold on. I have an idea. I have an idea. Try it this way. Oh, that would be easier. Hang on, I'm going to get this on the screen for you. This is my idea. We can get on all on the same page. All right, so we have docs here. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do it this way, I guess. Okay, so now take this off. Take that off. Where'd this go? What? Hang on, folks. What is this? Okay, better. Now, here we go. Okay, I think we did it. I'm going to show you the 12 points reportedly from N12 News. This is N12 News Israel, what they say the 12 points are. Number one, we're doing a little audio visual here. Number one, no, that's a web address for Restream. What happened here? That's the Restream web address. I got it. Here we go. Number one, Iran, the U.S., and their allies will cease hostilities, including in Lebanon. So this is an example of something where there's a lot left to detail. So does this mean that Israel is supposed to leave Lebanon? Remember, Iranian state media had said that the deal requires Israel to pull out of Lebanon. If that's all the deal says, well, that doesn't specify what it means to cease hostilities, including in Lebanon. Right? So even if that's true, that's what it says, it doesn't tell you. Fred Flintstone says, will Israel agree to it? Well, yesterday, Israel said they won't agree to it. For example, yesterday, the defense minister of Israel had said, if I can pull it up here. Where was this here? Yeah, Manny Fabian of Times of Israel reported yesterday that Defense Minister, hold on, I'll show you. Is this going to work? I need to get this down here. That's from yesterday. Defense Minister Israel Katz says Israel will not withdraw from southern Lebanon following the announcement of a ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran, which supposedly also includes ending the fighting against Hezbollah. Defense Minister Katz said, Prime Minister Netanyahu and I are leading a clear policy that determines that the IDF will remain in the security zones in Lebanon, Syria, and Gaza without any time limit to protect the border and Israeli communities from there against jihadist elements. Katz said, holding on to the security zones in Lebanon is among the IDF's greatest achievements in the war, and therefore we oppose an IDF withdrawal from Lebanon, despite all the existing pressures and those that will come. Prime Minister Netanyahu made these points clear to U.S. President Trump and to other senior American officials, and I also made this clear yesterday to U.S. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. We will not compromise on Israel's security interests and the protection of our citizens, and we will not withdraw from the security zones. Katz also warns, if Iran attacks Israel because of the events in Lebanon, we will strike it with full force. I saw something in I think there was a military statement by the Iranian military today warning that they would attack Israel if they keep attacking Hezbollah, if I remember right. So we'll see how that all plays out. Anyways, so look, again, according to N12 News, and this is matching other reports, the first point is Iran, the U.S., and their allies will cease hostilities, including in Lebanon. But again, I don't know. It's not clear from that text alone, if that's the text, what cease hostilities, including in Lebanon, means. It doesn't say whether Israel will pull out of Lebanon. Also, Hezbollah too, right? It would apply to Hezbollah launching stuff at Israel. By the way, the last couple days, Hezbollah and Israel have continued. There's been continued reports of back and forth between them. I'm trying to think of. I believe I was seeing reports yesterday about back and forth between Israel and Lebanon, and Israel and Hezbollah, that is. I have to find it. I don't want to hold us up right now for me looking at that, but that's my basic memory. Oh, for example, at 11:20 a.m. today, Times of Israel reported Lebanon's national news agency reports an Israeli drone struck a vehicle in southern Lebanon. That was this morning, U.S. time. But I believe I've heard back and forth on both sides in the last couple days. All right, anyways. Joshua Type Beats, our viewer, says, I doubt cease activities means they can stay in Lebanon. It means go back home to your borders. DJS thinks it's a bad deal that makes the whole war pointless. Stephanie Kimber Hooper thinks it will never result in the favor of the U.S. I should mention the statement. Mr. 9144 said Iran said occupation of Lebanon is a breach of the memorandum. Let me check and see if I can find the statement from the Iranian military today. I was looking at a statement from the Iranian military today. Give me a second. I already told you that Israel said they're not leaving Lebanon. Where is this? Where is that statement? Again, I'm not going to hold us up just trying to find this one statement. But I know I saw something earlier today from the Iranian military. Maybe check Mayor News. Where's Mayor? Or Tasneem? Yes, this is from Tasneem Iranian state media, and this is from Iran's military. And this was earlier today. The Israeli regime terrorist army has violated the ceasefire in southern Lebanon 84 times in the past 2 days, after the U.S. president declared the end of the war and continues to commit crimes and kill the oppressed people of Lebanon. It is warned that if the child-killing army of the Israeli regime does not end its evil in southern Lebanon, it must expect a harsh response from the powerful armed forces of Iran. So I don't know what's going to happen with all. We don't know how both sides are interpreting this supposed first clause in the memorandum. Hold on. And then let me show, some viewers are mentioning this. Hold on, I'll let you know this. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Give me one moment here. Yes, this is what some of our viewers are mentioning right now. April Martin mentioned this. Oops. Hold on. Now, why can't I show you this? Oh, I see. AP, Iran says the deal to end the war with the U.S. requires Israel to withdraw from Lebanon. Iran's top diplomat said today that the tentative deal to end the war with the U.S. would require Israel to withdraw from Lebanon, a condition that Israel has already rejected and that could sink the agreement, leading to the resumption of all-out war. That doesn't sound promising. Give me a moment here. That's Abbas Araghchi who said this. The deal, which is between the U.S. and Iran, has not been made public, and officials have sometimes offered contradictory interpretations of what's in it. While Israel is not party to the agreement, it is part of the war. After joining the U.S. in launching strikes in Iran on February 28th, Israel has also fought the Iran-backed Hezbollah militant group in Lebanon and seized large swaths of that country. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said Israel's continued occupation of southern Lebanon would violate the deal. Without the withdrawal of Israel forces from the territories they occupied during this war, the war has not fully come to an end, he said. A U.S. official told AP that the deal does not call for Israeli withdrawal. Prime Minister Netanyahu said yesterday, Israel will remain in Lebanon as long as necessary. Also, as of Tuesday night, Netanyahu had not seen the memorandum of understanding between the U.S. and Iran. Is that true? Another person claimed that Israeli officials have not asked U.S. negotiators for the memorandum. Is that true? Netanyahu's office did not immediately respond to a request for comment from AP. Let me give you a little more here. Lebanon is only one of several major questions hanging over the ceasefire ahead of the planned ceremonial signing. We've just been talking about the alleged first. We've just been talking about the alleged first clause in this 1.5-page agreement. Allegedly, according to N12, it says that. That's the basic idea of the first part. And I just showed you what a huge disagreement there would be over that. That's just one of them. Iran, the U.S., and their allies will cease hostilities, including in Lebanon. So you can see how complex this whole thing could get. Hang on a moment here. Hang on a moment here. Yeah, we're on 1 of 12. You can see here, hold on a second. JD63 says Trump needs a deal that's satisfactory to America, not Israel. Thanks, by the way, to Fiona Diamond. I appreciate that. Fiona Diamond, thank you. Also, thank you to Paul Grogan. Thanks for your support, Paul Grogan. I really appreciate it. Our members, Dougie Fresh. Thanks for being a one-year member, Dougie Fresh. Thank you. And PH Survivor, 25 months. Thank you, PH Survivor 92. Also, thanks our member XX Wade Whiplash, who says, no way this deal ends the war. Also, thanks so much to what's her name? That's so nice of you. Who says, Israel walked the U.S. into war. Trump thought it would be like Venezuela without oil. Trucks that carry everything that is sold in stores won't be able to afford gas. Trump has to take a deal to get the oil flowing again. That's what what's her name thinks. Brad, our viewer, thinks there's no deal. And there will never be any deal. Midnight Special says, we need to see the document. We need to see the deal. Here's some other talk about the deal from AP. Lebanon. So whether Israel will need to leave Lebanon or not is one thing. Oops. The Hezbollah media office. I actually might have I think I do. I think I get their press releases. Do I have their press release from today? Oh, I don't know if they appear here anymore. Is this it? What happened? Something happened. No, we're good. I was like, I can't see stuff on my computer. I was like, what's happening? Now I can see stuff on my computer. We're all good, I think. Hold on. Now, where is this? I think I'm on the Hezbollah press release page. Why is it all messed up? I don't know what's going on there. Anyways, Reuters reported that the Hezbollah Media Relations Office. Oh, is this it? Hold on. I'll show you. Here's something I found from Hezbollah this morning. Blah, blah, blah. Words cannot express. This is from Hezbollah to Iran. It's a letter from Hezbollah to Iran they posted this morning. Words cannot express our deep gratitude for your strong and supportive positions towards Lebanon, its people, and its resistance, demanding that the Israeli entity immediately and permanently cease military operations on all fronts, including Lebanon. I mean, that doesn't explicitly say they'll leave, I don't think. I don't see it obviously there. Anyways, Reuters had reported today that Hezbollah Media Relations Office claimed it received promises from Iran that Iran will not sign the final nuclear deal with the U.S. unless Israel withdraws from Lebanon. All right, hold on. I haven't even gotten to. You can see how complex this all is. So AP says Lebanon is one of only several major questions hanging over the ceasefire ahead of the planned ceremonial signing on Friday. The agreement is meant to provide a meaningful truce in a months-long war that has killed thousands across the Middle East. Okay. The agreement provides for the immediate. All right. A U.S. official said the agreement provides for the immediate opening of the Strait of Hormuz and the lifting of the American naval blockade of Iranian ports. Although there's reporting suggesting that Iranian tankers might already be on the move. We'll talk about that too. Pakistani officials who helped broker the agreement also described plans for the simultaneous lifting of Iran's closure of the strait and the U.S. blockade. The U.S. and Iran will then begin 60 days of negotiations over Iran's nuclear program and the potential lifting of sanctions. The pact also includes the possibility of releasing Iran's frozen funds and a $300 billion fund to help rebuild Iran if Tehran meets certain benchmarks. Senior U.S. officials told reporters yesterday. Trump later said that the U.S. would not invest funds in Iran. Regional officials who spoke to AP about the deal said the release of frozen Iranian assets would be tied to Tehran implementing the deal. Gulf Arab states have also pledged to inject billions of dollars into Iran's economy, they added. We'll talk about that. U.S. officials have not yet explained how they see the agreement addressing Iran's nuclear program, including who will be in charge of verifying that Iran is in compliance and who will destroy or remove highly enriched uranium. Iran has agreed to discuss ways to possibly dilute or remove the uranium, the regional official said. However, it remains unclear whether Tehran would agree to that, particularly with hardliners opposed to giving it up. So there's so much question about all this. And remember, I was going to go over N12 News released what it said was a basic summary of what's in this reportedly page-and-a-half document. And as I mentioned, we've only gotten to point one. That was point one from the N12 News. Again, Faytux News, good job finding this from N12 News. That was what they said point one is of the 12 points. 12 points? 14 points? I have to look again. They said there are 12 points. Let's see here. Anderson Olb says, U.S. trying to save face. Yes, God is love. Israel is reportedly not part of this deal. It's U.S. They're mentioned in the deal, but they were not. This is a U.S.-Iran deal. Reportedly, Israel wasn't involved in the negotiation. Dancing in the Sand says, what happened to not negotiating with terrorists? Waldo thinks the deal is designed to open the strait and help Trump's poll numbers. Julie Varshak thinks Iran should not get one penny. Oddball says, if Israel cannot see what the deal is, how can Israel agree to a deal? Yeah, I mean, it's a fair point to say if the deal specifies what Israel's going to do in Lebanon, isn't that something Israel would have to approve of beforehand? Hey, thanks to Texas Woman, by the way, who says Trump has to get congressional approval to continue the war. I don't know that that's the case, Texas Woman. Congress would never approve that. Congress has not yet shown, I mean, at any point before, Congress could have passed legislation that mandates that Trump would need to stop the war or get their approval. Now, President Trump could have challenged that legislation in court and said it was unconstitutional, but they still haven't. Congress hasn't passed it. One of the houses passed something, but it hasn't been the case that both houses passed the same thing, which is what would need to happen. You seem to think they would. I don't know that they would. Maybe what you're saying, Texas Woman, is you think that Congress was soon going to, he was going to soon lose support of Congress, and that they would soon pass some kind of unified bill against the war. Thank you, Texas Woman. That might be what you're saying. All right, we got to. I don't know that we're going to get to all 12 points right this second, but what I was trying to do is go over. Again, N12 News is reporting what it says are the 12 points, main points of this document. So I was trying to go over this. So let's keep going. Now, oopsie, hold on. By the way, regarding the hospital in Delaware, ABC News 7. Sorry, ABC News 6ABC. 6ABC reports that a worker and a hospital employee shot two other employees. at the Wilmington Hospital. That's what happened, according to ABC News. The alleged shooter may have been only a temporary employee. Unclear what the conditions are of the people who got shot. This is police believe the incident is strictly a workplace shooting. Okay. I hope the people recover fully and quickly and are okay who got shot. Okay. Number two. The number two, I'm not going to go into great detail on all of these. I want to mention some specifically. According to N12 News Israel, the number 2 point in the document is Iran reiterates its commitment to not develop or acquire nuclear weapons. And reiterates means says again. Iranian media said, Iran says they already said this previously. I believe because they signed the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, I think in around 1968 or 1970. They may have said it elsewhere too. Yes, and also in the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. That's the deal that Iran signed during the Obama administration. Oops, what happened here? I'll show you. JCPOA. You can see it right here. Iran reaffirms that under no circumstances will Iran ever seek, develop, or acquire any nuclear weapons. That's from the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. It's right in there. All right, so I don't want to linger on that right now. Let's go to the next one. Hey, thanks, by the way, to Jeff Buddington. Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate it. Again, this is the N12 News. From N12 News Israel. And their reporting matches a bunch of other reporting about this deal. So as I've been saying, we don't have the actual deal. They came out today and said these are the 12 points, the main points. Thanks to our mods, again. Beth Mythical, thank you, who's moderating, and Ruth on YouTube. I really appreciate it. Also, K. Lowry Body, Andrea Holder on Facebook, thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X and on Twitch. Big Ball of Yarn, Idaho Star. I got that fire. Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev. Thank you so much for modding. Thanks, Big Dog Gaming, for your support as well. Thanks, Big Dog Gaming. Also, Gary Baines. Thanks, Gary, for the gift memberships. That's really nice of you. If somebody gives gift memberships or a gift subscription to you, gives one to you, please thank them. Okay, number 3 point, according to N12 News. 3. We already talked about this a little bit. U.S. and Iran pledged to resolve issue of disposal of enriched uranium stockpile. Iran has a bunch of highly enriched uranium, which is close to the enrichment level that would be needed to use to make a bomb, nuclear bomb, actually a bunch of bombs, multiple bombs. And the U.S. wants that to not be the case anymore. Reportedly, it's buried at sites that the U.S. attacked last year, and the U.S. would, in theory, like to go in and take it out and keep it themselves. But it's not clear if there's going to be able to be a deal reached on this. And the reports say that the memorandum of understanding says there will be a 60-day negotiating period under which Iran and the U.S. will try to make some sort of deal onto what to do with the enriched uranium stockpile. Will they reach a deal on this? I have no idea. We were just talking about this. Susan CHF says Iran hasn't agreed to number 3 this entire time. Well, I mean, it says pledge to resolve. So there has not been any kind of deal. Iran has not said that it's going to. I have not heard Iran say, yes, we're definitely giving this stuff up. Although there's been a lot said over the last few months, so maybe I'm forgetting. But at this point, no agreement has been reached on this. And it's not clear that there will be a solution that will be acceptable to both sides. We don't know. Now, I'm guessing that maybe some of the financial incentives, the bigger ones, might be tied to getting that enriched uranium out of there. We don't know. But we'll talk about this some more. Hold on a second. I'm just trying to show you this as a possible idea of what this deal looks like, what N12 News Israel says is in the deal. Again, it matches a lot of reporting about it. Number 4, they say N12 News. U.S. and Iran to discuss enrichment issue and Iran's nuclear needs. Again, I don't want to linger on it, but the nuclear issue has not been dealt with in the memorandum of understanding. It's saying they're going to talk about it. Iran says their nuclear program is for civilian purposes. Also, here's number 5, according to N12 News. Iran will maintain status quo on its nuclear program as long as negotiations continue. I don't want to linger on that. Now this, number 6 is reportedly this, according to N12 News. The U.S. will lift the naval blockade, not impose new sanctions, and will not increase forces in the region during the negotiations. So, has the U.S. already lifted its naval blockade? This is a question. I've seen this discussed. We'll have to bring up marine traffic for this. And I want to tell you some reporting about this. Oops, hold on a second. So, I can tell you that tankertrackers.com, who specializes in tracking tankers, they say that at least 2 Iranian supertankers have exited the U.S. Navy blockade perimeter, carrying a total of 3.8 million barrels of Iranian crude oil between them. They say these are Iran's first crude oil exports in 2 months. Now let's look these ships up. Tankertrackers.com says the Diona and the Hero 2. So let's look up these ships. The Diona, crude oil tanker. Iranian crude oil tanker, flown a flag of Iran. So, view on live map. Okay, so you can see that the Diona Iranian crude oil tanker, let's put up the past track there. This is marinetraffic.com. Well, we only have it's heading this way. But it has gone past, I believe, if I remember right, the blockade line is roughly here from this part of Oman across the Gulf of Oman to, is it the Iran border here with Pakistan? Anyways, it is now east of that blockade line. Now I'm assuming that it came through here somewhere, but so according to Tanker Trackers, this is, and then this when are we talking about here? It was there. It says it was there at 3 a.m. Eastern time, and then it was there. That is, when is that? That's about 3 hours ago. Speed it up. I'm not going to worry about this. Anyways, but that's one of the 2 tankers. So again, that's tankertrackers.com claims there are 2 Iranian oil tankers carrying 3.8 million barrels of Iranian crude oil. These would be Iran's first crude oil exports in 2 months. This is one of them, and it's beyond now the blockade perimeter. And the other one they point out is Hero 2. Hero 2. Why am I not getting anything for Hero 2? It says null. I don't know about that. That says Iran, India. Well, we found the first one. I don't see Hero 2. I'm not seeing it. Nothing's coming up for Hero 2. I don't see an obvious Iranian oil tanker, but we saw the Diona. Where does it say it is? Maybe I can just find it on the map. Hero 2. It says it's right here. Silverstone? Hero 2! Hero 2! I found it! Destination for order, see? And then Diona, Iran, destination for order. Hero 2, destination for order. There it is. Hero 2. Oh, it's Hero II 2. Iranian crude oil tanker. Past track. Look. Oh my gosh. It took off from Iran. It took off from Iran about, looks like about 4 a.m. It says it was there about 4 a.m. Eastern time. And what is it now? That's about, I mean, that's pretty recent. That's about half an hour ago. Underway using engine. And you can see this is also, the blockade line is roughly here. So this is an Iranian crude oil tanker that has taken off from Iran and has apparently passed the blockade line. Also, they say another one, the stream. One other one they point out, tankertrackers.com, is they say that, if I can go back here. So we talked about the 2 tankers going out. Where's the stream? Stream. That is an Iranian oil tanker called Stream. Okay? And that is underway using engine and pass track. If we can find it. Okay, so what you can see that with the Stream, according to tanker trackers, Stream is actually approaching Iran. It's an Iranian tanker that's approaching Iran. According to tankertrackers.com, the Stream has been waiting for 7 weeks to go past the blockade and go back to Iran. And right now, it's just about at the blockade line. The blockade line is right around here. So, to repeat, according to tankertrackers.com, they say that they are reporting that Iran has, the first crude oil exports from Iran are now underway following the 2-month blockade. 2 ships going out, and then there's another Iranian ship now going in, which had been waiting. So that suggests that the blockade is now maybe lifted. I don't know for sure. Now, Carlos, our viewer, sorry, Carlos, your comment flew by. Anyways, Carlos said that oil is flowing and the prices are dropping. I should mention the oil prices here. If you give me a sec, I will. Yes, look at Brent crude oil now. Brent crude on the day. By the way, Mo says, does that mean the deal is signed already? It's not clear. Trump at one point yesterday said the deal was signed. But then there's also a signing ceremony on Friday. So I'm a bit confused about that. But let me show you here. This is Brent crude is down about 5% today. And if you look at the 5-day chart, that's 5 days. It was at 95 about 4 days ago. And that's 1 month. Look at 1 month chart. Back on May 19th, not even a month ago, it was at 110. Now it's at 79.33. Mr. Ninefinger said, your president did that. You are welcome. Cravon thinks he signed, apparently. Here is WTI US crude oil. 5 days. Similar chart where it's now at 75.73. Back on May 19th, it was at 104. Now it's at 75. That's from tradingview.com. So it does seem that Iran is now being allowed to sell their oil. That's what it looks like. It looks like Iran itself is being allowed to sell its oil. Right? Just from signing this memorandum of understanding. Now, part of that memorandum is that which we haven't got to yet, is supposedly that Iran says it's opening the Strait of Hormuz. So if Iran starts, say, attacking ships in the Strait of Hormuz, Maybe the U.S. won't let it export oil anymore. I don't know. But let me show you this here. Reuters reported today Tehran can immediately sell oil upon signing U.S.-Iran deal, U.S. official says. The U.S. will allow Iran to immediately begin selling oil and fuel under the memorandum of understanding the two sides reached to end the war, a senior U.S. official said today. The provision for waiving sanctions on Iranian oil sales takes effect once the agreement is signed this week and also covers services including banking, transportation, and insurance to facilitate the sales. The U.S. official said the agreement has conditions. This is a performance-based agreement, the person said. Iran can only access any benefits of the Memorandum of Understanding if they abide by all of the points they agree to, including no nuclear weapons, neutralizing its enriched material, and not interfering with the free flow of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. Brent Erickson, a sanctions expert and managing principal at Obsidian Risk Advisors, called the move a multi-billion-dollar concession to Iran. After months of blockade pressures, Washington has chosen to provide Tehran with an irreversible financial benefit, Erickson said. The U.S. military had blockaded Iranian oil coming out of the Strait of Hormuz. Erickson said Iran has more than 100 million barrels of oil in storage and on tankers that could easily be sold, with more than 60 billion barrels of that outside the U.S. blockade. The world uses about 100 million barrels a day. A senior Iranian official told Reuters Sunday that the final draft of the Memorandum of Understanding with the U.S. waives oil sanctions on Iran for a specific period of time, allowing Tehran to sell oil and receive revenue. Following a final agreement, if one happens, all U.S. and UN sanctions on Iran would be lifted according to an agreed timetable. So, I mean, at this point, if it's true that Iran is now free to sell oil for a certain amount of time, by the way, the Wall Street Journal first reported the deal would immediately allow Iran to sell oil following its signing. So reporting and marine traffic suggests that Iran is selling its oil now, where it hasn't been able to for a couple months. So if you're Iran, you're probably going to try to sell as much oil as you can, as fast as you can. Because if you have a ship that has 2 million barrels of oil and you can sell it for, I don't know what they're selling it for. I don't know. I mean, the oil prices we just saw were like $75 a barrel. Maybe they have to sell it for less at this point because there's some pending sanctions on them. Anyways, I don't know. But I mean, if you even if you sold oil for $50 a barrel and you had 2 million barrels of oil on a tanker, that's $100 million. So I wouldn't be surprised if Iran is rushing to sell as much oil as it can right now. Now, one of our viewers, I don't know. I do not know. Cypex thinks physical deals are being closed at 100. You clowns. And then about 7 exclamation point. That's what Cypex says. Thanks, Cypex. But I don't know what Iran's selling their oil for these days. Right this second. Midtown Mike says, get those ships moving, boys. We don't know what will happen tomorrow. Hey, thanks, Angelic Slayer, for your support from Australia. Thank you. Also, thanks to South Dakota Extremes, who points out rightly that oil is still higher now than when Trump came into office. Yet Iran now will get more financial freedom than I've seen in over a decade, says South Dakota Extremes. Thanks, South Dakota Extremes, for your support. Thanks, Deadwing and I Am Tatch, for being members. Daniel Fletcher says, I wonder where Iran's first shipment will go. Kyle Hamill says, how nice for Iran. What about the other tankers? So I can show you now. There might be tankers moving through the strait without their tracking on. But I'll show you the last 24 hours of the Strait of Hormuz here from marinetraffic.com. This is the last 24 hours, and this was just on tracking, right? So who knows what's not being tracked. Okay, again, this is a 24-hour loop here. And I don't see a ton of ships moving. And even during the blockade, there have been reportedly some ships going in and out. Not that many. The last couple of months, not that many. Vakun Naki thinks Israel will attack Iran for sure. That's about 12 hours into the last 24 hours. So we're seeing some movement there. I think green is cargo ship and red is tanker. What is blue? I forget. Oopsie. Blue is, what did I do here? Ship type, light blue is tugs and special craft. Dark blue is passenger vessels. Hold on, let me go back. I didn't even play the whole thing for you. Here's about here's the last 12 hours. One of our viewers just posted something that I want to look up. Oh, you know what I didn't put on the screen? This is from Marine Trend. Again, this is a replay of the last 12 hours you're looking at right now. By the way, if you're a ship owner, you might not be excited yet you might want some convincing before you start sending your ships through the Strait of Hormuz again. I think I read a report on that yesterday. Yeah, Reuters said 2 days ago global shippers cautious on Hormuz transit despite U.S.-Iran deal. Shippers in Asia and Europe said confidence in resuming transit through the Strait of Hormuz could take weeks to rebuild, and navigation will only restart once safety is assured. There were on Monday, according to Reuters, on Monday, yesterday, there were no significant tanker crossings available in vessel tracking data on Monday, aside from one LNG carrier. However, ships have been quietly moving barrels along Oman's coast for weeks, sailing dark with U.S. Navy support. Shippers welcome news of the deal, but are waiting for more details, including on clearing mines. JISC Bank analyst Haider Anjum said AIS data shows no wave of ships heading towards Hormuz this morning. I don't know if that was today he said that or yesterday. The article's from yesterday. Hey, there's a new report from NBC News. One of our viewers mentioned this. Thanks to our viewer for mentioning this. I want to mention this to you. A viewer gave me a heads up on this. So, NBC News reports Iran has fired multiple drones toward commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz since the U.S. and Iran agreed to a memorandum of understanding Sunday. Breaking news. This is from NBC News about 26 minutes ago. Iran has fired multiple drones toward commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz since the U.S. and Iran agreed to a memorandum of understanding Sunday. The official said the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is launching the drones and that the U.S. military has been shooting them down. The IRGC has fired multiple drones each night since the MOU was digitally signed Sunday, the official said. Wow. Hold on a second. Big thanks to the viewer who mentioned in the chat. A viewer mentioned that in the chat. I hadn't seen that yet. Let me go over this again. Oops. Okay, so NBC News. This is from about a half an hour ago. NBC News says that Iran has fired multiple drones toward commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz since the agreement on the Memorandum of Understanding Sunday. The official said that the Revolutionary Guard Corps is firing these drones and the U.S. military has been shooting them down, and that the IRGC fired multiple drones each night since the MOU was digitally signed Sunday. Wow. I just posted it on my X account. Now, I cannot confirm this report from NBC News, but that's what NBC News says. Don says this is like the hostage situation. They wouldn't let the hostages go until Reagan was president. You know, it's interesting. If that's true, we haven't heard anything from the U.S. about it. So I've heard no mention of this from the U.S. I've heard no reporting of it anywhere. I wonder if anybody else will start reporting this. President Elon Musk says maybe it's in the deal that they deliver practice targets. Dolan the Nacho says Israel still bombing Lebanon, so ... Stickler for Change says, oops, they've done it again. DeAndre says, this is why you don't negotiate with terrorists. Damien says, you can't reason with these people. Give me a second. Let me check. I think that's the only report of this I've seen. Let me check some other reporting on this. Let me check some other reporting and see if I see something else on this. I need a second. Hey, thanks, by the way, to Mary Gatch. Mary Gatch, thanks so much, Mary, for your support of the channel. I really appreciate that. Mary, thank you. All right, give me a moment. Checking into this new report from NBC News that Iran has been firing drones the last couple nights at ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, I assume that this might start getting reported other places. I'm just looking at some Middle Eastern news outlets to see if any of them are reporting it. I don't see it yet. Bear with me for a second. We'll have to see if anyone else reports that. Haven't seen it anywhere else. So to repeat, NBC News about a half hour ago reported that a U.S. official tells them Iran has fired multiple drones each night at the Strait of Hormuz toward commercial ships since the U.S. and Iran agreed to the memo of understanding, and that the U.S. has been shooting down these drones. Getting Hut says, Pikachu shocked face. One of the, hold on a second here. I need a moment. I need a moment. So interestingly, just taking a look here at WTI crude, which had been closed, I think, for an hour or two. Just opened back up half hour ago. In the last half hour, it's gone up a little bit. That's the 5 day. I mean, over 5 days, it's down a bunch from like 93 to 76. But just in the last, it goes up a bit. I mean, it about a half hour ago, it was 75.64, and now it's 75.98. I don't know if that's because of this report about the drones or what. Currently, Brent crude market is temporarily closed. I want to say for an hour or two. Hey, thanks to Least Trustworthy Weasel for your support. Also, Jesus UCSB, who says, if you think this is over, I have some ice in Alaska to sell you. I wonder if that's true, this NBC News report. I wonder if Iran has really been firing drones the last couple nights. I'll be watching to see if anybody else is reporting this. Give me a moment. Philip thinks Iran won't show up to sign the deal on Friday. All right, we're bringing you live updates. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to keep talking about these updates on... we haven't even talked about the whole $300 billion thing, supposedly. We got to talk about that next. We got to get to this the alleged plot to attack the UFC White House event too. So real quick, this is a sponsored broadcast. Our sponsor is Rumble Wallet. So a quick word from me about our sponsor, Rumble Wallet, and then right after that, more about the Iran deal, and we'll talk about the alleged plot to attack the White House UFC event in a moment. If you've ever been curious about buying and investing in crypto, like Bitcoin and stablecoins like USAT, but felt like it was too complicated, Rumble Wallet is an easy way to get started. You can buy, sell, and manage your cryptocurrencies all in one place, and the app is super straightforward. What really makes Rumble Wallet unique is you can use it to tip your favorite creators with crypto, as long as they have Rumble Wallet too. Getting started is simple. Just download the Rumble Wallet app, sign up or use your existing Rumble Wallet account, complete a few security steps, and you're set up in minutes. You can start with just a few dollars, and with MoonPay built into Rumble Wallet, you can easily buy crypto using your credit card, debit card, or bank wire. So if you've been thinking about the advantages of crypto, download Rumble Wallet now by scanning this QR code or by clicking the link in the show description. Rumble Wallet is a technology provider only and not a custodial service. See terms at wallet.rumble.com. Okay, so we are covering two stories right now. Although we've been so busy covering the Iran deal, we haven't gotten to the second story yet. We'll get to it soon. But we're bringing you the latest updates on this Iran deal, which there's still questions. The deal has not been publicly released yet. We've been talking about some reports about what's in the deal, and questions about disagreements about what might be in the deal, and also mentioned that NBC News reported about a half an hour ago. NBC News is claiming that a U.S. official told them that in the nights since the deal was agreed to, Iran has been firing drones at commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz, and the U.S. has been shooting them down. I have not seen that report anywhere else yet. So I am very interested in seeing if any other outlets report that Iran has been firing drones. That's a quite interesting report, but again, only one outlet reporting it right now. So I'll be on the lookout. If anybody hears more about that, let me know. Somebody from the, and again, thanks to the person, I didn't see the name, but somebody in the chat alerted me that that was being reported. Alper says, go get gas now. JD63 thinks it's not a surprise. Again, I don't know that that's true. It's now Big Farter says, I wonder if it's a U.S. official sponsored by Israel. I'm guessing other outlets are trying to look into this report now. But I haven't seen that anywhere. I haven't seen it in Israeli media. I don't see Iranian media reporting it yet, although I'll keep an eye out. I wouldn't be surprised. I haven't seen Al Jazeera report it, but who knows? Maybe it's been floating around somewhere else and I just haven't seen it. But I'm checking all these different outlets now. I wouldn't be surprised if Iran media just picks it up and well, they might repeat it and say, this is what NBC News is saying. Sometimes they do that, state media. They just say somebody else is reporting it. All right. Hey, let's, Bruce Nutter says Trey would have covered it. Well, again, it's a new report, so maybe at this point, you know, other outlets will look into it. I'm sure they're looking into it. You might hear more reporting from other outlets. All right. Hey, so let's, guys, one more. We haven't even talked about the reports about the 300 billion thing. So let's talk about that. We're going to get to the White House plot really soon. But that's one big thing that we haven't talked about with regard to the memorandum of understanding. So one thing I've been showing you is N12 News Israel today reported, I found this out from Phatex News, who I appreciate. N12 News Israel reported that we were showing you some of the points that they said that were, they reported what they had heard were the main points of this memorandum of understanding. Here, so one other point, I'm going to wait. I'm not going to necessarily go through all the things right now, but one thing that N12 News said is they said that one of the points in the memorandum of understanding, and this matches a bunch of reporting, says any final agreement will include a plan to establish a $300 billion fund for Iran's reconstruction. Now, you might say, wow, $300 billion. Now, note that the way they said it, N12 News, it says any final agreement. So that would suggest there needs to be a final agreement, right? And a final agreement would presumably include maybe Iran agreeing to give up its highly enriched uranium. So there's this question of, is there a $300 billion fund? Under what chance does Iran get it? Do they get some of it beforehand? You can see here, this is from Reuters today, one report about it. Iran deal includes $300 billion fund, more than half of which is already committed, source says. A $300 billion private fund, not government, private fund, designed to trigger investment into Iran is outlined in the U.S.-Iran Framework Agreement, and more than half that sum has already been committed, a source with direct knowledge of the deal told Reuters. The fund is designed to give both sides an economic incentive to conclude a final deal, said the source. The plan has not yet been announced, as Washington and Tehran prepare to sign it on Friday. U.S. and Iranian officials said Sunday they agreed on a framework to end the war. The new fund is a private investment vehicle, not a reconstruction or reparations program, and will not include any government money or grants, the source said, adding that companies based in the U.S., the Gulf Arab states, Asia, South America, and Africa have agreed to commit financing. Now, one thing I'll point out, I have no idea if this is true. If it is true that it's a private fund, one question I would have is, well, is that because the Trump administration thought it would be politically unpalatable to have the money be directly government money? But then you'd have to wonder what kind of, is this just companies just freely giving money out of the goodness of their own heart or something else? Who knows? So my point is, I don't know if this is true, what all the arrangements are behind the scenes here. That's a whole other question. Right? So, anyways, reportedly, Reuters says this is a private investment vehicle. Companies based in the U.S., the Gulf Arab states, Asia, South America, and Africa have agreed to commit financing. Investments planned in Iran span energy, logistics, manufacturing, and transport, the source said. A senior Iranian source told Reuters Tehran had originally sought $400 billion as compensation for war damages from the U.S., but Washington said it would not provide it. The idea for the fund, which is to be named the Reconstruction and Development Fund, had then emerged. The mechanism envisages regional countries contributing in various ways, the Iranian source said. These include securing loans, establishing credit lines, or directly financing the reconstruction of sites damaged in the war, including facilities such as the Mobarakeh steel complex, refineries, airports, and more broadly, infrastructure affected by the conflict. Iran, one of the Middle East's largest economies, has attracted almost no significant foreign direct investment in the past 4 decades. Let me read that to you again. Iran, one of the Middle East's largest economies, has attracted almost no significant foreign direct investment in the past 4 decades, frozen out of global capital markets by successive waves of U.S. and international sanctions. The country has the world's second largest proven natural gas reserves and the 4th largest proven oil reserves. It also has a young, educated population of more than 92 million people, a diversified industrial base, and significant untapped potential in sectors ranging from petrochemicals and mining to tourism and agriculture. The investment fund, says Reuters, is entirely separate from a parallel negotiating track over the lifting of U.S. sanctions and the release of Iranian sovereign assets frozen abroad, the source said, describing the two as distinct financial mechanisms with different purposes and timelines. The fund will not be created or become operational until a final and satisfactory deal is concluded, Reuters says. The memorandum of understanding once signed is intended to structure the process over the next 60 days. The source said this fund will only be created once a final deal is signed. During those 60 days, the fund administrators will work with Iranians and investors to plan and scope projects. A White House spokesperson pointed to a CBS interview with Vice President J.D. Vance on Monday, in which he said that Iran could gain access to a $300 billion reconstruction fund backed by Gulf states if it complies with an agreement with Washington, including dismantling its nuclear program, eliminating its stockpile of enriched material, and accepting a stringent inspection and enforcement regime. The source would not say how the fund would be administered or by whom, noting that key details were still to be worked out. The source named companies from South Korea, Japan, Singapore, Malaysia, and the U.S. as among those that had made commitments but declined to provide a comprehensive list. Okay, so now again, the report says this fund Iran would only get if a final deal is completed. And I mean, we don't know if a final deal is going to be completed. Is Iran and the U.S. Are Iran and the U.S. really going to agree on an agreement about Iran's nuclear program that both sides will be satisfied with? That I don't know. Let's see here. Dean R. thinks if the IRGC remains in power, we've accomplished nothing. Mr. T-Man says, meet the old boss, same as the new boss. Pumbaa says, backed by Gulf states, sure. Parody Popo thinks the money will all go to Iran's military. Well, there's also this question of if such a fund is created and administered and the money goes there, how to make sure it's going to where it's supposed to go to. Phoenix says, this sounds super fishy to me. Mo thinks, private or not, this deal is good for Iran and definitely worse deal than Obama's. Yellow Summer says, this sounds like a business plan dodgy. Peggy McGuire says, can't see Iran doing a surrender, period. Jose says, I don't see Israel ever adhering to this deal. They're just going to continue with the war in Lebanon. Do you mean the war in Lebanon or the war elsewhere, including Iran? WTF Files says, no private company is mentioning being a partner in this $300 billion. The 4-6 file says, if you think Iran is getting $300 billion, I got air to sell you. Zeppelin says, here's $300 billion, please don't make bombs. Dorm Machine says, Obama gave them pallets of cash. All right, so this is a whole other thing. But I want to remind you that the reporting says that this fund, if it exists, would be what they get at the conclusion when a final deal is signed. There's a long road to a final deal. Now, hold on a second here. Thank you, The Christian Fight, for your support. The Christian Fight said that, well, I want to see this. I don't want to misquote somebody. Well, without spending all this time here, the Christian Fight and one of our other viewers claimed that they had seen independent media or independent accounts claiming in the past day that there had been explosions in Iran or in the Strait or something like that. Now, I didn't see that, and I didn't even see it in Iranian state media. I'm not saying that that didn't happen, but I didn't see that getting reported. I'm not aware that Iranian media reported it yesterday, and I didn't see it in American media. I'm not saying that you very well. I'm not denying that these other places might have claimed it. But you know, again, NBC News is reporting tonight, NBC News is reporting that a U.S. official told them that Iran has fired drones at ships in the Strait each night since the memorandum was agreed to. So maybe there has been some U.S. and Iran back and forth. The NBC News report said that U.S. has been shooting down these drones the last couple of nights. So maybe people heard that. It's possible. It's possible. Thank you so much, The Christian Fight. Also, Peggy McGuire, thanks for being a member. Thanks, Media Tennis, for the memberships and for your support, Media Tennis. That's very nice of you, and for being a member. Thank you, Media Tennis. We haven't even gotten to. We got to get to the UFC stuff. We haven't even gotten to it yet. We haven't even talked about it. By the way, just so you know, this is the last 50 minutes of WTI crude. Went up like 40 cents and then down like 20 cents. And so, but on the day, well, you can see here, WTI crude, 5 days ago it was at 92. Now it's at around 76. And Brent crude, 4 days ago was at 94. Now it's at 79. A month ago it was higher. Yeah, we haven't seen 70s in a while. When's the last time we saw 70s? Yeah, I think the last time Brent was this low was right when the war started, it looks like. This is from tradingview.com. Yeah, just look at this chart. It looks to me like the last time that Brent crude was this low was like the day after the war started. The price before the 28th was for Brent crude was about, I mean, there were tensions leading up there. It was about 70 or so. I mean, if you go back to, this in January, it was 60. Cooking Cookies thinks 80 is still crap, but that's the tradingview.com chart. And again, that's March, that's February 28th right there. March 1st, 78. De Havilland thinks it's going to drop to $40 soon. What I'm going to do is, in a second, we're going to talk. We have not even talked about the White House plot. We haven't even talked about the White House plot. In a second, I'm going to talk about that. That's a very interesting story. But give me a second. Let me just check if there's any updates here on the situation in the Middle East. I'm going to do a quick check here and see what I can find. You never know what's going to be coming out. Let's see. Yeah, I've seen no one else reporting that Iran's been firing drones the last couple of days. But we'll have to see what happens. Oh, don't see anything in a moment. Let me just check a couple other things. I'm going to check also Iranian media as well. Nothing. I haven't seen anything in Iranian media. I haven't seen anything in Israeli media. Nothing. Okay. We're going to Justin D. Winters says nothing was on NBC's 6:30 broadcast about drones. Well, again, I posted it from the website. I literally posted the report from their website. It's still up on their website. All right, let's talk about maybe we'll do one quick poll. We'll do one quick poll before we move on. Quick poll. By the way, our viewer David Mackey says he thinks this is a bad deal for Israel, and he thinks Israel will try very hard to provoke a response from Iran or even go as far as a false flag attack on ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Wow. Thanks, David Mackey, for writing in. Our viewer PW360, now I didn't see this report. PW360 says he saw Trey Yinks today saying on Fox, I guess, that there's a lot of skepticism that they'll make it to Friday without things falling apart. Oh, when did he send me that? Oh, he sent me that Sunday. I think PW360 sent me that on Sunday. That wasn't today. I didn't see that report. But anyways, thank you, PW360. But what I want to mention is it leads into my poll question, which is, will this deal be signed? Will the memorandum be signed on Friday? Will the deal be signed on Friday? Yes or no? Quick poll before we get to the plot. Now, I posted it there. Vote in the poll. People are writing in the chat, but I'm actually putting up a poll so you can vote in the poll. All right, I've posted it on Twitch and YouTube, and I'm posting it on Facebook right now. Here is you guys thinking about the poll. Okay. Now, oh, it didn't get posted on YouTube? What happened? I got to post it on YouTube. Apparently, it didn't get posted on YouTube. Give me a moment. I don't know. I thought I'd posted it on YouTube. And give me a second. I'll post it on YouTube. I'm going to post it right now. I don't know why it didn't get posted. I'm going to post it right now. Let's try this again, YouTube. I just posted it. It should have just got posted. Now it's posted. It is now officially posted on YouTube. Facebook, it's wow. 82% on people on Facebook. 82% on Facebook say no. It will not be signed on Friday. Wow. Wow. All right, I'll give it a second. Then I'm gonna show you what people say on the other two places. Okay, now here is what you guys said. Will the deal be signed on Friday? Look at YouTube. 71% say no. Really? Really? How about Twitch? Very close. 72% say no on Twitch. It's the same on both. 72% on both. Hey, thanks to Kindra Fox and Big Dog Gaming for all your support on Twitch. That's really nice of you, Kindra Fox and Big Dog Gaming. Thanks also Bartle B. Finnegan for subscribing. So you guys are skeptical that this deal is going to be signed on Friday. The Bearded Texan says, I still don't believe there is or will be a deal. Peggy McGuire says, I voted no. Bacon Cat says, if they had a real deal, why not right away? North Midwest Buzzsaw says, there's no way something gets signed on Friday. All right, we're going to get to the plot now. Okay, thank you again for voting in the poll. Again, our viewers are skeptical that there will be a signed deal on Friday. Now we're going to talk about this plot. I know we were supposed to talk about both things, and we're going to. At the same time, there was a lot to talk about. There's been a lot to talk about with the Iran deal. Hey, by the way, the other thing I want to mention is, when is the... it's one other thing I want to mention. We got to keep an eye on... We'll keep an eye on the Georgia runoffs. There's a Georgia Senate runoff and a Georgia governor runoff. So we'll keep an eye on that. I'll add to my watch list. Oops, I'm not signed in. Let me just do this. I'll keep them handy so we can maybe talk about that after. One moment. Here it is. We need the Georgia. Hold on. Okay, we're good to go. All right. Let us get to, I'm going to keep an update. I'm going to keep you guys updated on the Iran stuff. We'll check for updates while we're talking about this plot. But let's talk about this alleged plot to attack the UFC White House event. What? Let me show you what the Justice Department had to say. I got some court documents here. It's a whole thing. The Bearded Texan says, I called BS? Here it is. Look at this. 5 men arrested and charged in plot to attack and kill government officials and others attending the Ultimate Fighting Championship at the White House. And again, I have some court documents we're going to look at in a second. By the way, a quick thanks to Soulfly8. Thank you so much. And Joe9611. Thanks. Says, how do you throw out a trash can? Also, DeAndre says, Israel has a no-compromise policy when dealing with Iran or its proxies. I suspect an escalation or an extension. Thank you so much, DeAndre. All right. Hold on a second. Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. The Justice Department announced today charges against 5 men for an alleged plot to carry out an attack to kill government officials and others attending the Ultimate Fighting Championship Freedom 250 event held at the White House on Sunday. I do want to say one thing real quick. Our viewer, Steven80125, who says, the agreement is already signed electronically, you brain-dead knuckleheads. Hey, that's really nice, Steven. That's really nice of you. You can think about that language as you get timed out. But at the same point, your language aside, I'm glad you made that point. He said this is a ceremonial signing. So, regardless, I don't know, as I said earlier, whether this has been signed or not. There's no official announcement it's been signed. President Trump, I think at some point yesterday, claimed it had been signed. But regardless, they're having a big signing ceremony. So regardless of whether or not there was some sort of e-sign thing going on, they're still having a signing ceremony. And let me say this. If they cancel or delay the signing ceremony, then I don't think it really matters whether it's been e-signed or not, right? So if they cancel the signing ceremony and say, we're not agreeing to this, does that mean, well, it's still in effect because they e-signed it? So my point is, whether or not they have e-signed whatever that is, given that they have this big public signing scheduled, I do think it is quite significant whether it actually happens or not, regardless of whether it's been e-signed. So I think it's a fair point you raise about the e-signing thing, but I also think at a certain point, given that they have this on the schedule, it makes it important. As for your language, if you use that language again in the chat, if you disrespect people in the chat, you're going to be gone. So don't do it again. Now, let's get on to this. Hold on a moment here. Give me a moment. We're going to get you the latest updates. Where is the... give me one more second here. Why can't I see this? There. Okay. Justice Department. Justice Department here. So, the Justice Department announced today charges against 5 men for an alleged plot to carry out an attack to kill government officials and others attending the Ultimate Fighting Championship Freedom 250 event held at the White House last Sunday. The FBI launched an investigation into the plot and identified a group of conspirators who procured weapons and made plans to carry out the attack. The FBI made arrests over the weekend in Ohio, Missouri, Nebraska, and California. The investigation remains ongoing. Todd Blanche, acting Attorney General, said, "The FBI, our law enforcement partners, and our U.S. attorneys did what they do every day to make America safe through quick response and vigilance in investigating, disrupting, and dismantling this alleged plan before it can be carried out. We will take immediate and aggressive action to identify and prosecute those who incite and plan acts of violence." On June 10th, so June 10th would be last Wednesday, FBI and our law enforcement partners became aware of a potential threat to the UFC America 250 event in Washington, D.C., involving individuals outside of the national capital region. And thanks to the rapid action of this FBI, our partners, and Department of Justice, and a multi-state operation, multiple individuals are now in custody, and allegedly planned attacks were stopped cold. Okay, Cass Patel made a statement too. I'm going to keep going here. I want to thank our great agencies and partners. The work remains ongoing, and we will continue to update the public as permitted. According to the charges, Tyson C. Proper, 19, of Danville, Ohio; Brian Omar Roa, 24, of Calamessa, California; Michael Allen Thomas, 32, of Pinon Hills, California; Daniel K. Eskridge, 32, of Kidder, Missouri; and Abraham Hermosillo Alvarez, 31, of Omaha, Nebraska, conspired to plan and execute a mass casualty event targeting U.S. officials in attendance at UFC Freedom 250 hosted on the White House grounds. The conspirators allegedly planned to deploy drones armed with explosives in and around the UFC Freedom 250 event in order to force an evacuation of the event, and then plan to deploy snipers to fire upon high-value targets within the fleeing crowd. Seems like a very complex plan. Tyson Proper. Kimo says, "I don't believe a word of it." I Got That Fire says, "At least make it sound like credible." Hang on a moment here. Phoenix says, "Well, nothing happened." Nika says, "No one believes any of this." Patricia Canada says, "How terrible." Tyson Proper. According to filed complaints in the Southern District of Ohio, I'm going to show you some of these court documents. The Western District of Missouri, the District of Nebraska, and the Central District of California. I think I have all 4 of those. Investigators interviewed Proper at a medical facility on June 11th. During the interview, he allegedly said he had planned with others a coordinated attack against the U.S. government during the UFC event at the White House. He said members of the group who wanted to participate in the attack began communicating with each other around March. More serious members of the group, including Proper, moved their communications to an encrypted chat app. They planned to fly small drones with explosives to detonate over the north side of the UFC arena, forcing high-value targets to evacuate the premises. The group would then act as snipers and shoot these individuals. Before executing the plan, Proper and other conspirators allegedly planned to rendezvous in Fredericksburg, Virginia. Screenshot of messages and maps on Proper's phone. Look at this. It says, "This is the best action I see." Long range, circled area, great shot, easy out into the river. Position your teams in the purple dots, counter sniper, and drones. Drone launch point and sniper's nest. There's the White House right there. There is a picture of I think I have bigger copies of these pictures. Proper's gun. It's a gun with the American flag painted on it. Proper allegedly amassed firearms, thousands of rounds of ammunition, and tactical gear at his home in Ohio and he identified potential targets, including multiple members of Congress. Hang on. I think I have a bigger shot of that in one of the documents. Okay, Brian Roa. Roa's Instagram post of him shooting guns from the complaint filed in the Central District of California. Did some tactical training, awesome stuff. It says Mexico. According to the complaint filed in the Central District of California, law enforcement executed a search warrant of Brian Roa's residence and vehicle where they allegedly seized a rifle, handgun, tactical belt, ammunition, and a rifle magazine, a two-way radio, and an infrared laser target pointer. A search of Roa's phone allegedly found messages in a group with Thomas Proper and others discussing an attack at the UFC event at the White House, with some users discussing using drones rigged with explosives to initiate the attack, with rooftop snipers killing individuals. Law enforcement also allegedly found Instagram videos Roa had posted of himself shooting guns. Michael Thomas. According to the complaint filed in Central District of California, Thomas allegedly participated in a group chat planning an attack on the UFC event at the White House. In a group chat on June 7th, he allegedly wrote, $1,300 gets us the drones and charges. Yes, we should all pitch in and we need it ASAP. In another group chat, Thomas, under a pseudonym, allegedly described tiers of operators within their anti-government group, with Tier 1 being operators on the ground, Tier 2 being drivers and drone operators, Tier 3 being logistical suppliers, and Tier 4 being social media influencers. Tier 1 status is not something to take lightly. We will make sure they have all the Tier 2 support we can provide. We will try to break them out of jail if we need to. In the same group chats, Thomas discussed meeting with Roa in person in Southern California in order to conduct marksman training and reflected that the group needed to train for guerrilla-style warfare. In a June 13 search warrant, FBI agents allegedly seized from Thomas's residence a rifle, 30-round extended magazines for the rifle, 180 rounds of ammunition, and a pistol. Photo of tactical equipment from Eskridge here. Here's a photo here. The First Amendment isn't working, it says. Daniel Eskridge. Eskridge was charged with conspiracy to commit murder on White House grounds. According to an affidavit filed in the Western District of Missouri, the FBI identified Eskridge while reviewing electronic communications on Proper's cell phone. The co-conspirators had electronic chats on encrypted social media platforms. In those chats, members of the group allegedly discussed assassinating several U.S. senators, representatives, and prominent business executives. Members of the group targeted some legislators based on the group's perceived belief that the legislators accepted money from pro-Israel lobbies. When discussing potential targets, Eskridge indicated that the target was big and someone a majority of the country knows. In the discussions, power grids were also identified as potential targets. On May 22nd, Eskridge distributed a picture of tactical equipment, including a rifle, helmet, and ballistic vest. That photograph is here. Also, according to the affidavit in a separate chat group, a conversation took place in early June when Eskridge and some of the other chat group members discussed their plan to attack the UFC Freedom 250 event. Specifically, Thomas stated Pennsylvania Avenue. Eskridge said the group should obtain $1,300 in U.S. currency and they needed 5 teams of 3 each, team consisting of 1 sniper, 1 Tier 1 operator as support lookout, and 1 drone operator. Eskridge said the money would provide them the funding to purchase drones and charges, and encouraged the group to all pitch in. On June 13th, law enforcement officials executed a federal search warrant of Eskridge's residence. Agents recovered rifles, a shotgun, pistol, and other tactical gear. A photograph of the equipment from the June 13th search is below. Also, getting to the end of this press release, Abraham Alvarez. So the press release is talking about the 5 people who were charged. According to charges filed in Nebraska, the 5 people who were arrested and charged. According to charges filed in Nebraska, the FBI identified Alvarez as the individual using the name Shepard in an encrypted chat app that was used to plan the attack on the UFC Freedom 250 event scheduled to be held at the White House Sunday. The FBI assessed that Alvarez, also known as Shepard, was responsible for planning, organizing, and directing the planned attack based on conversation excerpts in June when Shepard posted, "This is the best action I see. Position your teams in the purple dots, counter sniper and drones, long range, circled area, great shot, easy out into the river." Shepard also allegedly posted other messages, including replying to another member on making drones with explosives, as many and as deadly as we can get, that he was working on drones and he had 1 drone and was working on more. The complaint further alleges that Shepard provided a picture and directions for a safe zone at an old church in Nebraska. He instructed the other members to take back roads or the river down to the pickup location. Later that same evening, Shepard also provided locations in the area for drone launch points and sniper positions. Screenshot of a church sent by Alvarez to encrypted chat group. If convicted of conspiracy to commit murder, each defendant faces a maximum. If convicted of conspiracy to commit murder, each defendant faces a maximum penalty of life in prison and a $250,000 fine. Conspiracy to commit violence on White House grounds carries a maximum penalty of 5 years in prison. A criminal complaint merely contains allegations. All defendants are presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt in a court of law. Now, I do have these court documents. I want to show you some of these, but I want to take some comments from you guys on this before I get to any of the court documents. So let me take some comments from you. What do you think about this? This appeared to involve a lot of people, and I believe that there were a bunch more supposedly involved in this plot, but I want to get to the court documents in a second. Hold on. Give me a moment. Need to pull this up here. Hang on. Where did I put this? Where did I put it? There. I think I have. Where's the proper one? That's Alvarez. Where's proper? That's Roa and Thomas. That's not it. I found it. I found the document, the criminal complaint against Tyson Proper. Chris says they were Marxist. I think there's stuff about their beliefs in here too. So I want to talk about that. Greg Pondell says, I cannot even imagine me being American shooting fellow Americans. WTH. When did the FBI get the chats? We're going to talk about some of the specifics. Amanda says, we know more about this than the Butler, PA disaster. Chris Donahue says, I smell a blockbuster movie. Diesel B thinks it's the distraction of a day. Kabuki Lou thinks it's another hoax. Hoagie says crazy. Kyle Stiles says no shot, this is real. So one thing I'll say is that, so there's the question of whether the plot happened. Then there's another question of how realistic was it that the plot would succeed? That I can't really comment on. I mean, I'm guessing that security at the White House is on the lookout for things like drones. I have no idea exactly. Jonathan Morris thinks they were very out of touch. A little too much Call of Duty, says our viewer. Who is that? Palatine Lion? Hey, thanks, Carrie Poteet, for the memberships. I really appreciate that, Carrie Poteet. So let's look at this. This is the criminal complaint, USA versus Tyson Proper. Now I'm going to skim down here. Okay, so look at this. On or about June 10, 6 days ago, officers with Knox County Sheriff's Office and Danville Police Department were dispatched to an address in Knox County in reference to a disturbance. The caller, Proper's mother, was concerned about her son due to his recent conduct, including firearms purchases and communicating with certain individuals online. So his mother called police. And this was in Ohio, correct? Knox County, Ohio. Do I have that right? I think. I believe. Okay. Initial investigation by authorities. Officers arrived at 9:38 p.m. and spoke to Proper and his parents. Proper is a 19-year-old male who lives with his parents. Proper's father said Proper had recently met random people online and had been planning recons with those individuals. His father said Proper had been planning to leave this upcoming weekend to meet up with these online individuals. His father stated that Proper had recently acquired camping gear, food, ballistic plates, a new shotgun, a rifle, lots of ammunition, extra magazines, and plate carriers. Proper allegedly spent approximately $3,000 of his graduation money to purchase the previously described equipment. Proper's father said in addition to the above behavior, Proper quit his job recently in preparation to meet the individuals he'd been interacting with online to conduct missions and recons. Knox County Sheriff's Office took photos of the equipment acquired by Proper, which included several boxes of ammunition, estimated as thousands of rounds, 2 plate carriers with AR-style magazines, an AR-style rifle, and a bullpup rifle painted with an American flag. The family turned over the equipment to law enforcement. At the conclusion of the encounter, Proper was transported by the sheriff's office to a local hospital, where they submitted an application for emergency admission based on homicidal ideations. I guess that means thoughts. So, again, they took him from the questioning to a hospital for emergency admission based on homicidal ideations. Interview with his mother. On June 11th, the next day, they contacted Proper's mother for a telephone interview for additional information. She said Proper had recently begun interacting with a group online that was comprised of individuals who claimed to be ex-military and Christian-based. She did not know the name of the group, but they expressed ultra-religious and anti-government sentiments, specifically citing grievances about government corruption, the handling of the Epstein files, data centers taking up all the water in communities, and other government actions. Proper's mother detailed that talking with these individuals online has caused Proper to heavily lean into his religion. And she believed that those individuals were using religion to manipulate and influence her son. In addition to the equipment and firearms Proper had recently purchased, she stated she observed him recently engaged in physical training, which she initially thought was to further his aspirations to join the military or police, but later learned it was related to the online group he was part of. Proper's mother said the communications with these individuals largely occurred on his cellular device. She provided a phone number for him. She also stated she recently observed Proper, her son, researching and mapping locations in the area just northwest of Washington, D.C. She said she had observed additional images and maps being sent to him from unknown individuals through text and Discord messages, and she would overhear Proper talking to those individuals verbally on his phone. By the way, it did not seem that Proper, I don't know if he was trying to hide this stuff. He wasn't very successful in hiding this stuff from his mother. His mother heard him talking and saw a bunch of these posts. When she asked Proper what he was doing, he said he couldn't tell her exactly what he was doing, but that they were looking at multiple different locations and intended to conduct recon as well as hit and run missions. That's what he said to his mother. Proper's mother believed hit and run missions meant conducting shootings and then leaving. Wow. Okay, so they executed search warrants. They found large boxes, a quantity of boxes of spent ammunition, rounds of spent cartridge casings, other tactical clothing. They spoke to his father and grandmother. The father and grandmother said Proper had become more closed off from his family and spent most of his time online speaking to unidentified persons. His family members also highlighted concerning statements he had made in recent months, such as making sympathetic comments about Adolf Hitler and posting anti-Semitic comments on Facebook. Also, investigators on June 11th observed chats on signal groups that laid out detailed plans to conduct an attack on Washington, D.C. with several unidentified Confederates. In the chat, detailed imagery of the National Capital region and maps of the area were shared to a group of which he was a member, highlighting sniper locations, potential drone launch locations, and other detailed planning. Okay. I'm going to take a few comments, but this is interesting. This is the, I'll post this document for you. I'm sorry. I'm going to post this document. This is, again, the, I think it's a court document about, is it an affidavit or a criminal complaint about one of these people who's been charged, Proper. Constant Rain says, this guy was all over the place ideologically. Gary Meyer says, good on the parents. Yeah, the parents reached out to police and talked to police about this. Ann Spencer says, he sounds vulnerable, IMO, easily led. Cravon thinks video games have nothing to do with this. Kevin Morris says, never too many video games. Just Another Scrub says, OPSEC must include family. Joe King Buffalo says, how many years in jail? Maximum penalty for conspiracy well, what did they say? Justice Department said the maximum penalty for one of the charges, conspiracy to commit murder, is life in prison and a $250,000 fine. Proper has been charged with conspiracy to commit an offense against the U.S., attempted murder of any officer or employee of the U.S., possession of a firearm and furtherance of a crime of violence, and receipt or transfer of a firearm used to commit a felony. This is the affidavit in support. This is the criminal complaint. This is the criminal complaint document. Anyways, I just posted it in the chat. Let me take a, I'm going to show you, they have a section on interview with him. Where is it here? Interview of Proper. We'll get to that in a second. Don said, FBI is very forthcoming about this than about anything in this administration. Andy in Austin says, mentally ill. Volar Vortex says, how much are foreign intelligence agencies involved with this? Hey, thanks Mike from Jersey, by the way, and I am Charlie. I really appreciate that. Who says, thank you, Mom. Thanks, Charlie Newman, 4396. I appreciate it. Thanks, Jeff TE88, PFCR, who says, what makes this unbelievable? Thanks, Bite Mode, our moderator, and for your support for the gift membership. Oh, let me shout out our mods real quick before talking a little more about this. And thanks also Viking Briggs for subscribing on Twitch and Kendra Fox for your support on Twitch. I really appreciate that. Over on Twitch, our moderators, Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah and Surly Dev. Huge thanks. And also Ruth, Leslie Ladyhawk, Bite Mode, over there, Beth Mythical over there on YouTube. Big thanks for modding over there. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, and on Facebook. Thanks to... Oh, I never closed the poll on Facebook. I just closed it. Thanks to our moderators there, like Kay Lowry Body. I got to thank a couple other people on Facebook too. And hold on. Kay Lowry Body. I think Darren Charlo was moderating before. Also, thanks to Kristen McConnell Gates for the Facebook stars, and William Bowser, and Vincent Benoit, and Michelle Batten. Thank you. Okay, let's go back to the criminal complaint. Again, we're talking about right now this 5 men have been arrested and charged in a plot to attack and kill government officials and others attending the Ultimate Fighting Championship at the White House. So we're learning about, we're reading the criminal complaint about one of them, whose parents called the police and said they were very concerned about their son, who had spent a lot of money recently on weapons and related things, and weapons and related things, and also had been talking to lots of people online and doing stuff they thought was suspicious. Interview of Proper. So he was brought after the police went to the house, they brought him to a hospital for emergency admittance for homicidal ideations. So they interviewed him at the medical facility. The interview was consensual. Proper admitted to investigators, this is last week, planning with others a coordinated attack against the U.S. government during the UFC event scheduled to take place on Sunday, June 14th. They interviewed him on June 11th. According to Proper, some members of the group who would participate in the attack began communicating with one another around March of this year via a TikTok group called Vanguard of the Old. The members of the group, according to Proper, stated that they wanted to protect the United States, which they believed was headed in the wrong direction. Members of the group believed that the United States needed to be torn down so that it could be rebuilt. Some of the members of the group expressed a desire that people who were involved with Jeffrey Epstein should not govern the country. Members shared information with each other on the TikTok group to show their trustworthiness and commitment to the cause, such as identification documents and videos of their abilities and workouts. Some of the more serious members of the group, including Proper, moved their communications to the encrypted communications app Signal. There they planned an attack for the upcoming White House UFC event. Proper believed many of the group members had prior military experience. The group was broken up into 3 tiers, with Tier 1 having to meet physical fitness standards and acquire equipment such as personal body armor and firearms. Proper admitted to being one of the team leaders. Proper described the general plan for the attack. All members would leave their homes on Friday or Saturday. Again, the UFC event was Sunday, to meet up in Fredericksburg, Virginia. Proper himself was planning to drive, taking his weapons and body armor, including an AR-15, all his ammunition, tactical vests, and ballistic plates. He planned to take extra body armor for other members of the group. He also planned to pick up another member of the group on the way who was hoping to acquire a firearm from a friend or his employer. Investigators have identified that individual and believe he lives in West Virginia. Proper said although he was not going to the protest in order to shoot people, several other members of the group were intent on violence. According to Proper, the plan as he knew it was to stage a demonstration on the north side of the White House. While the demonstration was taking place, the group would fly small unmanned aircrafts, i.e. drones, laden with unspecified explosive devices, which would detonate over the north side of the UFC arena. When the unmanned aircraft detonated, the intent was to force the crowd attending the event and high-value targets, HVTs, to evacuate to the south. Proper stated that the plan was for members of his group to act as snipers and additional shooters, preferably with long guns, staged at or near the southern evacuation point to conduct shootings of the members of the crowd and high-value targets as they fled from the explosive devices which had just been detonated. The HVTs included both, the high-value targets included both wealthy people and politicians. According to Proper, this attack was designed to jumpstart a revolution in the United States. Okay. A search of Proper's cell phones revealed chats in the Signal app consistent with much of what Proper described. In the phone, investigators could see there was a primarily large chat consisting of approximately 19 individuals. 19 individuals in the chat. Additionally, there were smaller chat groups consisting of approximately 4 to 5 individuals. These smaller chat groups were based on role assignments in locations, such as shooters at one location or shooters at another location. The review of Proper's cell phone also revealed group members discussing exit, escape, and evasion resources for the attack, including the location of a potential safe house and also potential exfiltration or escape routes for members of the group after the attack. Some plans indicated that members of the group would travel from the area of the White House to the Potomac River and travel along the river to escape the area. The review of Proper's cell phone also revealed chats in the application SimpleX, wherein Proper chatted with co-conspirators regarding the attack on June 14th. In chats on or about May 13th, Proper stated, "I got a possible target. Marsha Blackburn is a senator for Tennessee." And in response to a question in the chat asking why to attack her, he stated, "She's taken money from the pro-Israel lobby and supports them." On May 31st, Proper sent messages leading with the text, "These are the people we're going to focus on," and then sent images of U.S. Senator Jim Justice, U.S. Senator Shelley Moore Capito, U.S. Representative Carol Miller, and U.S. Representative Riley Moore. The 4 images of these members of Congress appear to have been taken from the website trackapac.com and appear to include information about how much money each congressperson received from pro-Israel PACs. Okay, so that's just about one of the people. But one of the, I guess they say they think one of the main organizers. I'm going to post a link to this document again. But that's a little insight on one of the people who they have charged, Proper. Wow. And I'm not going to read all the documents all the way through, but I'll just kind of, there's I think some pictures in the other document. This person was arrested on, I think, either the 10th or the 11th. On the 11th, I think, which would have been 3 days before the 3 days before the event. Wow. Wild Boys says anti-Israel people are nuts. Waldo says they read Rambo for dummies. I'm the Batman says they'll throw the book at these guys for an example to others. Sunshine says this is so over the top. I4MCont3MPT says sounds so much like someone had an agent in their chat. Again, one of the chats had 19 people in it, they said. Mark says, oy vey. Kaleidoscope says, these people are insane. Goat Audit says, thank God I was not in that chat. B. Earhart says escape in their parked submarine. Michelle Batten says, I am sure more will be arrested. So far, 5 have been arrested. Let me show you. Let me pull up here. I have. Oh, here. I'm going to show you some pictures from the documents. So this is a different document. This is the criminal complaint against for conspiracy to commit murder against Brian Omar Roa and Michael Allen Thomas. Okay? And first of all, just to show you the photos. Okay, this is Proper. So we were just reading a criminal complaint about Proper. They said this is Proper's bullpup rifle that had been painted with the American flag. Right here. And that, according to employees at a store in Knox County, Ohio, on or about June 5th, Proper came to the store and purchased a bullpup shotgun. Okay, and then also, where is it here? We already saw one of these. Roa's social media accounts have Instagram stories which included photographs of Roa conducting firearms training and engaging in tactical training in a remote area with another individual and by himself. I guess those are these. Oh, hold on. I can make these bigger. Make them bigger here. Did some tactical training, awesome stuff. And then where's the pictures of the rifle? I'll make that bigger for you. Of Proper's alleged rifle on the left. There it is right there. There it is. And then this is another picture, I guess, of his gear. That's what it seems to be. I'll post a link to this document too. Oh, and here are some of the photos. Look, the Hunters Signal Group, which included Thomas Proper and other co-conspirators, contained detailed instructions for carrying out the attack at UFC Freedom 250, including plans to safely escape after the attack. Below are some of the screenshots from Proper's phone regarding these plans. As indicated in the screenshots below, the conspirators exchanged aerial photos and maps of locations in and around Washington, D.C., including the White House, and discussed where snipers should be placed and where drones should be launched. Can I make these a little bigger for you? Let's see. I'm sure I can. Here we go. There you go. Position your... This is the best action I see. Position your teams in the purple dots, counter sniper and drones. Long range circled area, great shot, easy out into the river. We'll drop you off in safe zone. These are all roads. They will pick you up here. Read the docs for mission briefing posting above. Drone launch point and sniper's nest. Sniper 2 and drone launch point. Michelle Batten says, man, I'm grateful this was stopped. NorCal Jim says, hatred runs rampant in social media these days, sad to say. JD63 says this is sadly not a Trump or right-wing thing. Who knew? Let me show you some more here. Hold on. I was interested in some of the specifics about maybe things that they said. Scrolling down here. During Roa's interview, he admitted to law enforcement he attempted to drive to Washington, D.C. to protest UFC Freedom 250, but disclaimed any involvement in the conspiracy. We talked about the Proper stuff already. Yeah, here's something more. During an interview with law enforcement, is DP the mother, I think? Hold on a second here. It says here DP is a family member. Oh, his mother. His mother is DP. Again, police talked to Proper's mother, and where is it here? She explained Proper had recently begun interacting with a group online that was comprised of individuals who represented themselves as ex-military and that may share some Christian-based ideology. She said she didn't know the name of the group, but that they expressed ultra-religious and anti-government sentiments, specifically citing grievances about government corruption, the handling of the Epstein files, data centers taking up all water in communities, and other government actions. Okay, I want to go down here. We talked about a bunch of this stuff already, Proper stuff, and we talked about a bunch of this stuff here. They talk about different, Proper provided investigators with TikTok usernames of other individuals in the group. Okay. Proper indicated to investigators he had been planning to drive to West Virginia, to Washington, D.C., traveling through West Virginia. He planned to meet another member of the online group there. Based on conversations with other law enforcement agents, I know that investigators ultimately identified that individual in West Virginia. They interviewed that person in West Virginia, who confirmed that he and others communicated online about attacking the UFC Freedom event, but claimed they had canceled their attack plans on June 12th. All right, hold on a second here. Talked about this. Here's something. I have reviewed message on Simplex between Roa and Thomas in a chat room titled Vanguard of the Old Republic, which contained multiple other co-conspirators. Messages in this chat room showcase Thomas's violent ideology. For instance, on May 21st, Thomas wrote, "To be clear, I intend to escalate this group, and I don't want to take 6 business years to do it, and that everyone in the group should consider yourself an enemy of the state." In response to another conspirator, Thomas wrote, "Okay, big picture, got it. So to be precise, you're imagining executions, right?" On May 23rd, Thomas described tiers of operators within their anti-government group, stating, "Tier 1 operators may be asked to put themselves in harm's way, break the law, and potentially go into hiding. Tier 2 would consist of getaway drivers, drone operators, and direct support. May still be asked to seriously break the law. Tier 3 may be a runner or part of the Underground Railroad, indirect support, recruitment, supply, logistics, tech. Still actively contributing, but most likely safe from legal issues. Tier 4 social media influencers, protesters, funders, press followers, nobody being asked for much or taking any risks. Tier 1 status is not something to take lightly. You will be sacrificing for your country and carrying a brunt of the weight. I want to make that clear that we will all sacrifice for Tier 1 operators. We will make sure they have an escape plan, backup plan, transportation, 3 meals a day, and a defensive position to hide out, all the Tier 2 support we can provide. We will try to break them out of jail if we need to." Okay, so there's that. Okay, and here's some more discussion of the plot. Roa discussed how someone could hypothetically use drones armed with explosive to bomb buildings near the White House, which would cause mass panic with limited deaths at UFC Freedom 250. Roa mentioned this as an example of how to use drones to enact political change in a more targeted way rather than indiscriminately killing people. As discussed above, the use of drones to drop explosives at UFC Freedom 250 was part of the operational plan described by Proper and his conspirators. Based on this example, I believe Roa was privy to the operational details of that plan. Roa's family members also believed he intended to commit an act of violence during this trip due to his increased time spent shooting his weapons and a noticeable change in behavior, including increased anxiety, irritation, and seclusion. Family members also stated that within the last 3 months, Roa began spending more time with a new group of online friends. Other family members told law enforcement that Roa seemed extremely agitated when he experienced mechanical difficulties with his vehicle earlier in the week of June 9th. Roa's family considered reporting him to the police after he left, but did not do so before he returned home. Oh, here's something else. Roa's phone reveals additional communications with the co-conspirators. In one Simplex group chat titled Ops Stage 1, Vanguard of the Old Republic, I saw, the law enforcement agent says, I saw members of the conspiracy and others communicate about planning the attack at UFC Freedom 250. For example, in one message, a user named Fulcrum states that once each team is mission ready, the green light will be given and the drone rigged with explosives will fly and they will initiate the attack. After the attack began, Fulcrum noted that rooftop snipers will initiate their part of the plan, eliminating high-value targets. Okay. They say Thomas, during an interview, agents interviewed Thomas. During the interview, Thomas stated he saw himself as the planner and advisor for the group, and while he was not willing to take action himself, he wanted to guide and instruct others on how to carry out attacks. Thomas expressed frustration that some members of the group seemed non-committal and used excuses as to why they could not take action, particularly with the planned attack on the UFC Freedom 250 event. Thomas said the aim of this and subsequent attacks was to create enough chaos to bring about the overthrow of the U.S. government. Thomas indicated he believes that the U.S. government is run by an elite group of individuals who sacrifice and consume infants, who also were deeply involved with Jeffrey Epstein and are now protected by President Trump. Thomas places some of the responsibility of this corruption of the government with Jewish people and blames them in Israel for the current war with Iran. So this is Thomas, Michael Allen Thomas, who has been charged. See up here it says Michael Allen Thomas and Brian Omar Roa have been charged with conspiracy to commit murder. And then just to go down here again, he says, hold on a second here, Thomas is Michael Allen Thomas. And if you go down here, as we just read, the law enforcement agent says he, during an interview with law enforcement, which is on June 13th, just a few days ago, Thomas said the aim of this and subsequent attacks was to create enough chaos to bring about the overthrow of the U.S. government. Thomas indicated that he believes that the U.S. government is run by an elite group of individuals who sacrifice and consume infants, who also were deeply involved with Jeffrey Epstein and are now protected by President Donald Trump. Thomas places some of the responsibility of this corruption of government with Jewish people and blames them in Israel for the current war with Iran. Okay, so again, I think it's helpful to read through these documents to get some of these specifics. I'm going to post a link to this document in the chat again. So just to give you an idea of what some of them are thinking. John H. Roberts says, no one saw this coming. Justin D. Winter says, this is crazy. I4 MCont says, so maybe Thomas was based. James Perry says, these are loons. Sign of the Times thinks this is right-wing QAnon crap. Jeff TE88 says they are the left. Scripture Moment says he isn't wrong about everything. Pioneer Twin says it seems like this group is mostly anti-Israel and anyone who supports Israel. We've read in the documents we showed you, certainly it seems like there are certainly some anti-Israel sentiments among this group. Morbid Pixel says, surprised they didn't charge for treason. Nicolette Parker says, I've heard this script somewhere before. Both of these documents are court documents. So these are documents where law enforcement lays out their that evidence that they think warrants, that justifies charges. Right. So I believe, so this is laying out why there's probable cause that these defendants committed a crime. And I believe they do this so they can get an arrest warrant. Yes, this complaint is made in support of criminal complaint and arrest warrants against these two defendants. So this is where the law enforcement goes to a judge, goes to a court and says, hey, here's this evidence that one or more defendants committed these crimes, and we have probable cause for these. The evidence is probable cause that these crimes were committed. Therefore, you should issue an arrest warrant, and they should be charged. That's what the nature of these documents are. And I think there's been 4 of them released, I believe. I just have showed you 2 of them. Whew, it's a lot. And again, something I don't know and I can't really speak to is, look, I'm not saying that this would excuse things in any kind of way. Obviously, this is terrible, but I do not know what expertise these people had, to what degree, what any chances of success in this terrible plot they might have had if they tried to carry it out. I have no idea. And I certainly can't speak. I mean, clearly some of them had practiced with weapons. As to the drones and explosives, I haven't read through literally all the documents, so I don't know about that. But certainly there were a lot of people in the chats, and one of them was allowing his mother to hear him talk to others in the group and to see some of the chat messages, as we just saw. So it doesn't sound like there was necessarily a lot of security among the group. And then another person said that I believe they were worried that some people in the group were not committed. CSINT says, sorry guys, mom said no. You know, I don't necessarily want to spend the time going through all this, but just to show you, here's another one of the documents, the criminal complaint for, where is it here? Abraham Alvarez. And I did see in here, they talk about Proper a bunch. We talked about that. And they say information obtained from Proper's phone related to Alvarez. They say, they talk about information posted by Shepard in the chat. Oh. Investigators observed a user going by the online moniker Shepard, who appeared to be posting a large portion of the planning information and was providing direction to other members of the Signal chat. Here's some of the things that were posted. This is the best action I see. Position your teams in the purple dots, counter sniper and drones, long range, circled area, great shot, easy out into the river. The post was accompanied by a map screenshot of the national capital region with areas circled as described. They will try to close down the highways. Stick to meeting near the 495 bridge. Take the river south. They are back roads. You can also take the river. Accompanied by a screenshot of the Potomac River. Shepard provided direction for a safe zone and instructed the other members to take back roads to the river to the pickup location. Shepard provided locations in the area for drone launch points and sniper positions. He instructed members that he believed the Thomas Jefferson Memorial offered the cleanest route to exfiltrate the area. Other members of the signal chat asked Shepard about a second wave of the plot. Shepard replied, several factions and militia have been notified. They will be the Teeth and the Shepards. I will send out a mass call to action to all protest groups that will bring numbers. Working on arming them. They will engage when they see the signal. Told them they will know when they see it. At this time, he said, this day several other ops are happening all at once. Keeps the enemy distracted while we cut the arteries. Shepard detailed they expected the system to collapse after their attack was carried out and encouraged individuals in the group to seek refuge and stay within their predetermined tiers. Provided a fallback zone. On or about June 11th, Shepard said to the members of the Hunters chat group, those drones will take more time. However, if we're just rigging explosives, I can do small drones quicker. Talking about rumors of message talking about Prime Minister Netanyahu, rumors about him attending UFC 250. Oh, immediately following the screenshot, Shepard sent the following messages. 1, targets confirmed. 2, VP, 3, N, 4, Musk. Based on my training and experience, the law enforcement agent says, I believe this to mean 1 was likely President Trump, 2 was likely referring to Vice President Vance, 3 was likely referring to the above screenshot referring to Netanyahu, and Musk likely referred to Elon Musk. Okay, 3 snipers, more messages, 3 snipers, 3 different locations, 3 to 5 drones. All right. The fallback and location in Nebraska is an old church, picture of a church. Anyways, I'll post a link to this document in the chat too. No, Netanyahu was not there, I don't believe. There was a rumor that he was there. He was going to be there, I guess. I just posted the link to that as well. Dwight Sornberger says, imagine the carnage if someone were actually successful. Daughter of God says, I wish they didn't try to label themselves Christians. Christians don't plan murders. Naomi Russo thinks they may have used AI to plan this. I mean, there's so much. Law enforcement has all these chats and they have all these messages and everything. Gulf War Vet says, U.S. Gulf War Vet says, and they picked one of the most heavily guarded areas to do an attack. Talk about lack of brains. The ages of the people who have been arrested are right now 19, 24, 32, 32, and 31. By the way, this is a lot of people. That's 5 arrested, and then there was 19 in one of the chats, they say. And these people are now facing very, very serious criminal charges. C. Dave says crazy people. Also, putting all people, a lot of these people putting this stuff in writing in chats. John Doe Radio thinks the main guy seems to be blowing more smoke than actual influence. Mr. Tiny Hand says this reads like fan fiction. Do they still all live at home with their folks? I'd have to read through the documents. I posted the links to 3 of them in the chat. Let's see here. Hold on a second. I'll post a link to those 3 documents I posted in the chat again, just in case you want to look at those criminal complaints. Hold on a moment here. Give me a moment. There's 2. And there's 3. 1xcd says it reads like protest training. All the verbiage is from protest training documentation. Oh. All right, I have something else. I'm not going to read through this all again. This is the one document we didn't look at. This is the, what is this one? Affidavit. This is an affidavit. And I just saw this. What's this? There's some more in here. On or around May 20th through June 8th, in a group chat called Vanguard of the Old Republic, Eskridge provided a link to Proper and advised that this link should be sent to anyone you think would be a productive addition to the group. Eskridge expressed that the focus would be on operators. Eskridge, using the Fulcrum screen name, opened the group chat with the below screenshot message. From 41 Fulcrum. All right, everyone, our goal moving forward is basically the same as what Ghost was working on before he left. We want to recruit operators into this group and start making teams to complete tasks and objectives to push our lines forward. For anyone that doesn't know, the definition of Vanguard is the leading group in an advancing army or the foremost pioneers in any field, movement, or industry. That is what we strive to be. This chat here will be insulated for the most part. From each team's detailed plan, so we won't post exact details in this chat. This will be the main chat for everyone, and as we grow, we will have specific ops chats. Our goal is to, in a general sense, restore the old republic. Our constitutional republic has been stolen by corporations, politicians, and foreign actors. They have usurped the power from the people and concentrated it at the top to the point that we now live in late-stage democracy. When I say restore the old republic, I am not talking about all the flaws that we had in past times, but merely about the fact that in a constitutional republic, the people truly hold the power, and that's what we intend to restore. To get there, this country needs more fuel on the fire to show our fellow Americans that the time has come to stand up and reclaim that power. Okay. I'll have to post the link to this document too. They said this was Eskridge, who was that one of the people who was arrested? One of the people arrested was Daniel K. Eskridge. Eskridge continued to talk about a corrupt system and how individuals in the group should put differences aside because they have all been victims of the system in one way or another. And Eskridge is, I assume, Daniel K. Eskridge. Let me just make sure here. Proper, Eskridge. Yes, Daniel K. Eskridge is Eskridge in this document. I believe that conspiracy to commit murder was committed by Daniel K. Eskridge. All right, now getting back down where he says, Eskridge continued to talk about how a corrupt system and how individuals in the group should put differences aside because they have all been victims of the system in one way or another. Eskridge then went on to state that the revolution will not be televised and this movement needs a group like ours. Eskridge then stated, so right now in the historical timeline, I believe we are at the trigger event point, meaning to set this off, we need an event or events that cause people to realize the revolution has officially begun. Eskridge discussed how 3 companies owned everything and discussed how specific executives at large U.S. corporations were involved. Eskridge then advised that if a person was to be a target of an event, we need to make sure it's someone that can't easily be turned into a right versus left thing. We want someone both sides would celebrate. Eskridge then stated another prominent business executive is a very good target if he fits the bill for someone both sides would cheer in support for us taking out. Wow. Then he said, he posted this. So the goal here is to get at least 3 trigger event ops fully planned and manned. And to the best of our ability, have them executed on the same day or in rapid succession so that our message is undeniably clear to our illegitimate government and our fellow Americans that we are waging war. Eskridge also posted this message to the group. I'm not going to read it all. I think I can speak for everyone in saying we're tired of not making blank happen and tired of being ruled over by treasonous, pedophilic, criminal politicians and foreign agents. When the laws are no longer written and enforced by criminals, that's when I'll give a blank about following them. What we are doing is not only our birthright, but also our duty as Americans. However flawed they may have been, our forefathers fought for this and trusted us to uphold these truths and beliefs that all mankind was created equal and that our rights are unalienable, God-given rights, not government-permitted, controlled, or regulated, and not to be infringed upon. That government is created by the people and for the people. That power remains in the hands of the people, and it's about damn time the elites in the government are reminded of why they should fear the people, especially the American people. All right. Anyways, just to give you a sense of some of this stuff. Take pride in being a true American. Our leaders may be blank and we've been used by them to do terrible blank, but the government isn't what makes America great. It's the unbreakable spirit of true American patriots that do not bow to evil. And let's remind the people of this world that real Americans can still be the heroes we once were. I think now was a typo and it should be not. What we do here will reverberate around the world and will echo throughout history, and we know that because we still talk about the bravery and the courage of what our forefathers did 250 years ago. We fight for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Long live the Republic. All right, anyways, I'm going to post a link to this document that you can go through if you'd like. Group discussed the benefits and detriments of obtaining a cook for explosive charges versus stealing military ordnance from a manufacturing plant. Discussed one group chat discussed use of fiber optics to prevent jamming as well as the size of the explosive charges. All right, anyways. Wow. All right, I have now scrolled through, not read every word, but scrolled through all 4 of the documents that I had access to. Whew. So scary. I mean, I'm glad that law enforcement uncovered this and that no one tried to hurt anybody. Big Farter says cook braids. Mr. Rubik says sounds like QAnon. Buck Tasty says, in the end, they ended up in prison. The pedophiles won again? Oh, Eileen Catanese, our viewer, Catanese, said a lot of agents are upset that Patel let the information out. So I did see a report today from, who was it from? I'm trying to remember here. Hang on. Ken Delanian with MS Now, who covers justice for MS Now, law enforcement. He has a whole post today where he reported that Secret Service officials are furious that Kash Patel prematurely announced this morning the details of a sealed and ongoing criminal investigation. into a plot to attack the UFC fight event. You know, the first I heard about this was around, I want to say like 6 in the morning. I believe Fox News Digital posted a report around it around 6 in the morning, and I hadn't seen it anywhere else. And I believe it was before that it was officially announced. Sources say to Ken Delaney that Secret Service officials are furious, and they say sources say Ken Delaney says the problem with Patel's social media announcement is the case had been sealed in court and roughly 10 suspects had not yet been arrested and placed in custody at the time Patel made public his social media post. And Ken Delaney said Matt Quinn, the Secret Service's deputy director, called out Patel's premature announcement in a Tuesday news conference, but did not use Patel's name, and said the Secret Service made a conscious decision not to reveal the existence of the probe prematurely. I'll tell you a phrase I learned early in my career in the New York field office, and that's "don't choke on your own smoke," he said. Boba J. Fett says they were still looking for cohorts. We'll check on the Georgia results in a second. Just to show you here what Kash Patel had said. I need to thank some people too. Sorry, I'm behind on thanking people. Kash Patel said, on June 10th, FBI, now this was at 6:50 a.m., and this was after the Fox News article came out. On June 10th, FBI and our law enforcement partners became aware of a potential threat to the UFC America 250 event in Washington, D.C. involving individuals outside the National Capital Region. And thanks to the rapid action of this FBI, our partners, and Department of Justice and multi-state operation, multiple individuals are now in custody and allegedly planned attacks were stopped cold. We will continue to operate the public as permitted. But again, apparently more people might be arrested. All right, by the way, I got to thank a couple people here. Mr. Rubik says, so they didn't want Kash to release it, but he did anyway. I'm kind of confused about the whole thing. Again, I told you the Ken Delaney report saying Secret Service was upset that he announced it prematurely. I cannot confirm that. Oh, now TY Boxer Life said they said 23 people were involved. Is that true? Let me see if I have a number for you here. Hang on. AP says it's unclear from the court records how close the would-be attackers could have come to being able to carry out the plan had it not been thwarted. I'm trying to find that 23 number. Fox News had reported that investigators Yeah, Fox News said signal chats allegedly revealed 23 people discussing pre-operational activity. Thanks to Rita. Rita, thank you so much. Rita says they sound similar to the old school patriot movement, like Timothy McVeigh and Terry Nichols, all over everywhere. A lot of hatred and thinking only their actions will turn the U.S. back to their own ideology. Thank you so much, Rita. I appreciate that. Also, hang on. Billy Cusack, thank you. Billy says, I guess they thought they were going to put their rooftop snipers right next to the Secret Service snipers. That would be all around a terrible plot for sure, but it likely would have failed. I mean, it's a fair question where they thought their people would set up that would be not visible to the White House, to the counter attack personnel that are there. But again, I guess they said that they were going to set drones off, and maybe they thought that would create enough confusion. Set drones with explosives off. Thank you, M. Rod DRM. Who pointed out that Argentina and Algeria are playing tonight in the World Cup at 9 Eastern time. Let's see here. Is the person, by the way, in Delaware still not in custody? Is that, I haven't checked on that. There was a person, a shooting in Delaware at a hospital where 2 people got shot, apparently by a co-worker. NBC Philadelphia says 1 dead and 1 injured, according to officials. The shooter remains on the loose. The shooter remains on the loose. Oh, you know what? Hold on a second here. No, I don't have that. RXX, AXX says all quiet in the Middle East. It must be a miracle. Well, NBC News reported, we talked about this earlier, that Iran has fired drones that have been shot down by the U.S. at ships in the Strait of Hormuz each night since the memorandum of understanding was agreed to. But I don't know that that's true. I've only seen that report from NBC News. We should mention oh, hold on a second. I can show you here. Hey guys, update about the vote. Update about the votes in Georgia. Okay, DDHQ has called it for Mike Collins for the Republican Senate nomination. He was nominated, not nominated, he was endorsed by President Trump. Mike Collins. %58% of the voting. Give me one sec here. That's from DDHQ. Decision Desk HQ. He will face John Ossoff, the Democratic incumbent senator. DDHQ points out that Derek Dooley is a close ally of Republican Governor Brian Kemp, who Trump has often disparaged since Kemp refused to back Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 presidential election in Georgia. And then Trump's preferred candidate is Burt Jones in governor. Now look at this. For governor, that race has not been called by DDHQ. Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones, says DDHQ, has endorsement from both Trump and Governor Kemp in Georgia's Republican runoff for governor. However, he is locked in a close race versus billionaire healthcare executive Rick Jackson, who has campaigned as a Trumpian businessman outsider. Jackson used his wealth to build a big spending edge. Pro-Jackson and anti-Jones spending has totaled $26 million compared to $7.5 million in pro-Jones or anti-Jackson outlays. Polls have been disagreeing about how close the race is. But right now, the winner will face former Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, the Democratic nominee, in what looks to be a highly competitive governor election. So right now, DDHQ has not called that yet, it looks like. But that's Rick Jackson and Burt Jones. Let me check one thing here. Where is... by the way, Henry Olson, who's an elections analyst I follow, says that Burt Jones would need to gain massively in the election day vote to catch up to Jackson, which could happen as Burt Jones was the Trump-endorsed candidate, but a huge uphill road for him, says Henry Olson. Our viewer Alaska Man thinks Ossoff will lose in November. Hey, thanks Nub Bud, who says, without condoning it, I understand many of the conspirators' ideals are popular across party lines. Patel releasing it as a threat may grow or instigate groups. Thank you, Nub Bud, by the way. And also, thanks Kendra Fox and Viking Briggs on Twitch. Oh, I wanted to maybe update you about something else. Give me a moment. Hey, I want to update you guys about the B-52 crash. We haven't even talked about this. Let's just talk about this for a second. This was terrible. 8 people died yesterday in this crash. Shout out to our moderators. Beth Mythical and Ruth are over there on YouTube right now. Thank you so much for moderating there. And hold on a second here. Oops, what did I just do? What did I just do? Okay, here we go. Will I cover the Fed decision tomorrow? I don't know. We'll see. It's possible. It's possible. With Kevin Warsh. With the new Fed chair. It's possible. Give me a moment. Hey, thanks to Good Luck Duck, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev, who are moderating on Twitch, on Facebook, K. Lowry Body. Hang on. And also thanks to Brian Daviow for subscribing over there on Facebook. Thank you. Michelle Batten for the Facebook stars. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha, who moderate for us on X. And also shout out to our Twitch subscribers like EJ Rod, Matthew Kohai 3, Strong One, Wall Street Shaggy, Al Perer, Respect, Uncle Fester, and who else? Who else did I miss over there? Viking Briggs, Susan CH, FO4, Naomi Russo, CC, Wall Street Shaggy, Mr. Bigley Uncredible. Thank you. Jimbo Slice. And also our YouTube members. Let me shout out some of them. Then I'll get to the other thing. Paula Faust, Jerry Kovacs, Tanks a Lot, Glasstron, Roger Shoemaker, Idaho Sweet, Syringa, David Joe Klotz, Joseph Say, Stephen Parmy, Sarcasm BTC, Evelyn in Maine, Stephen Parmy, Christopher Vela, thank you. Tony lives here. Thanks to all of our YouTube members as well. Paula Faust, Ken Lance, CAC, thank you. Now, and thanks to Jet Souls Forever for your support. I really appreciate that. Thanks. Hold on a second here. I'm just making sure I don't have any major updates. I want to mention this terrible plane crash yesterday. Here, look. Flight tracking data shows B-52 took sharp turn before crashing, killing all 8 on board. Yes, as Tanks a Lot says, it was a test flight. The B-52 that crashed during a test flight at an Air Force base in California took a sharp turn before plunging to the ground at a rate nearly 10 times faster than a plane normally descends for landing. Limited tracking data shows all 8 people were killed in the fiery crash of the Boeing B-52 Stratofortress, which was taking part in a routine test mission as part of an overall program to keep the long-running aircraft flying for decades to come. Those were manufactured like in the 50s and 60s, right? If you go to Wikipedia, it says that they were manufactured from 1952 to 1962. It was not yet clear Tuesday what caused the plane to crash, and officials said it could take up to 6 months to complete the investigation. According to AirNav Systems, the B-52 was airborne for 3 minutes and 15 seconds before crashing. The flight tracking shows the bomber turning to the northeast right after taking off and nearly completing a 180-degree turn before crashing on another runway. The plane fell to Earth at a rate of about 5,000 feet per minute. A test team, the aircraft was supporting a radar modernization program, said an official. In 2025, Boeing sent a B-52 to Edwards with a modernized radar system that is key to keeping the bomber in the air through at least 2050, nearly a century after it first entered service. A test team planned to conduct ground and flight test activities on the aircraft throughout 2026 to feed a production decision, said the Air Force last year. It was unclear if that same aircraft that was sent by Boeing to Edwards last year was involved in Monday's crash. The B-52 began flying in the 1950s, says AP. It entered service in 1955. It is designed to carry both conventional and nuclear weapons. It has been used in conflicts involving the U.S. military from Vietnam to Iran. The fleet of 76 B-52s are scheduled to receive additional upgrades along with new radar, including new engines, crew compartments, conventional and nuclear communication systems, avionics, and weapons. Aerial footage showed virtually nothing left of that aircraft that went down in the Mojave Desert, about 100 miles northeast of Los Angeles. Officials said nobody could have survived. Those on the plane included government contractors, Boeing employees, and uniformed military. Aviation safety experts, AP says, have said their first thoughts about what might have caused the crash were about a malfunction in the flight controls or engines, but it was way too early to know. Jay Joseph, a retired Marine Corps colonel and airline pilot, said even in a B-52 with 8 engines, a malfunction can make the plane difficult to control if the pilot loses the outboard engines. And the forces pushing the plane get out of balance in a condition Joseph called asymmetric thrust. Although if there is time, the pilots can adjust the other throttles to rebalance the forces. Heather Penny, a former F-16 combat pilot and aviation expert, said it is unlikely that pilot error caused this crash given the expert training and experience of the test pilots on this flight. The age of the B-52, she said, also opens up the possibility of problems with the structure of the plane. The youngest B-52 was delivered to the Air Force in 1962. That's the youngest one. That was before the Cuban Missile Crisis, before the first man walked on the moon, before we had personal computers, she said. These are old airplanes. They're structurally robust, but they are old aircraft, so structural failure cannot be ruled out. All the modernization efforts and upgrades that have been made to the B-52s over the decades have extended the life of these planes. At some point, these bombers will have to be replaced, but for now, they continue to play a crucial role for the Air Force. Penny said the B-52 fleet we have today, it's the backbone of America's bomber force. It's over 50% of our bomber force. And it can go further, have larger payload, and stay airborne longer without refueling than any of our other bombers. There's no other bomber in our force that has the attributes of the B-52. It's been a workhorse. It's going to continue to be a workhorse. Evelyn in Maine says there are 75 now. After that one, was that the 76th? The exact number. Yeah, as of 2024, there were 76 in service, according to Wikipedia. This is the military website about the plane. There's what the plane looks like right there. B-52 Stratofortress. Hey, Sam Patton says, worked on them at Anderson Air Force Base, Guam, 1973. Thank you for your service. Condolences to the families of 8 people who died in this tragic accident. The Fervent Philosopher, I don't know why exactly 8 people were on that flight. I don't know what roles everybody was playing. It says here that there are 5 normal, a crew is 5. Aircraft commander, pilot, radar navigator, and electronic warfare officer. That would be a normal crew. I can't speak to why everybody was on there. I mean, they were doing testing too. The Knights Palace thinks the B-52 must be replaced. Walcroft says B-52 retirement is inevitable. David Joe Klotz says the issue of metal fatigue, which cannot be detected. John says, I am surprised the U.S. has not just built new planes with how big the U.S. industrial base is. Naomi Russo says, terrible accident. I mean, there's different types of test flights. It's not, it doesn't, from what I understand, it's not a test flight where they were like testing some new kind of aircraft that had not been proven to fly. So I don't know that the test flight, that doesn't sound like the test flight was expected to be any inherently dangerous. Pam Hogue says, we don't know what happened yet. And here, let me just show you. Oh, hold on. I can show you a video, guys. Hang on, about that from Reuters. You can see they say B-52 bomber crashes in flames in California, killing all 8 crew aboard. And let me just show you this right here. Let's see if this works.
A U.S. Air Force B-52 Stratofortress bomber crashed during takeoff Monday at Edwards Air Force Base in California's Mojave Desert, killing all 8 people on board. Air Force Colonel James Hayes says the aircraft was on a routine test mission when it went down on the runway just after leaving the ground. A large plume of black smoke rose from the crash site, visible for miles. Hayes said the mixed crew included government civilians, contractors, and uniformed personnel. Boeing, which built the aircraft, said 2 of its employees were among the dead. The flight was supporting a radar modernization program. Hayes said the cause of the incident remains unknown and is under investigation, but added that the crash was quickly deemed unsurvivable. Operations at Edwards Air Force Base have been grounded through at least Tuesday due to runway damage. The B-52 remains a cornerstone of the U.S. bomber fleet. According to aviation records, this is the first crash involving the aircraft type since 2016.
And they have a photo here of the runway. Hang on. Let me show you that. It's not graphic. I know this isn't one of the 2 stories we came on to cover, but I did want to give you an update about it. Here. This is the aftermath here. Blackened part of the, hold on, where is it here? Of the base. There's another photo too. Here's another one. Yes, Jazzy Renee says there's pretty much nothing left, at least in those photos. Terrible. Again, condolences to the people who were lost. 8 people. Condolences to their families. All right. Let me see if I have any other updates about Iran. David Joe Klotz says that's a big area. Oh, there's one other thing I wanted to mention. We didn't show, we were talking about the whole Iran situation before in the Iran deal. And I think I have a video. I believe I have a video of President Trump saying some stuff about it today at the G7 summit. Let me just pull that up. I meant to show that. By the way, thanks to Keith Robb, Texas. Keith Robb, Tex, thank you. Keith says they were testing a new radar. Ouch. Yeah. Yes, the flight was intended to support a radar modernization program, as Reuters says. Thank you, Keith Robb, Tex. Now, where is that video? Here, I have it. Trump holds bilateral meeting. This is like a short. How long is this video? Here, I'm going to play you some comments from President Trump today. That President Trump made. This was earlier today at the G7 summit.
Day period or so. I think it's going to happen fairly on time. We've been both involved. I think they're going to want to get it done. Iran wants to get it done. They have to get back to business. And the relationship is now normalized. So I think it's going to go pretty quickly, Steve. Could go faster. Could take longer too, but it could go faster.
There's so much interest in the text of the document. Why not release the document?
Oh, I will.
Why not release it?
Well, because I'd like to get a formal setting first before we do that. But I have no problem with that. It's a good document. Here's what it says. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. That's what it says. It won't have one. To buy, to develop, they will not have a nuclear weapon. And I would say that's about 99.9% of what I wanted, because we couldn't let that happen. You couldn't let that happen. And they won't have a nuclear weapon. Now, in addition to that, the Strait is going to be open toll-free. And it's toll-free beyond the 60 days. It's not, somebody said, oh, it's toll-free for, no. It's toll-free, period. When it opens permanently, it'll be toll-free. I want to congratulate our Navy because the naval blockade was unbelievable. But I'll not only release it, I'll probably have a press conference and read it to you word by word so that the press covers it accurately. Because it's a very important document, and unlike Obama, who could have destroyed the Middle East with a horrible JCPOA, it is the worst agreement. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. Mine is a wall against a nuclear weapon. I mean, I see these people say, but we already had one. It was the worst. He paid a fortune for it. We paid nothing. We don't pay. There was some statement, we're going to spend $300 billion. No, we're not. We're allowed to go and invest if we wanted to someday in the future. We have no obligation whatsoever. It could be that Iran will turn out to be successful when they have oil. But if we left a week ago, just left, before the last two attacks, it would have taken them 20 years to rebuild Iran. So, but I'll go over the document with the media in a couple of days.
Mr. President, a few weeks back you said you'd like to see other nations join the Abraham Accords, much like the UAE has. Have there been any discussions with Arab leaders about that?
About what?
Joining the Abraham Accords like the UAE has?
Well, I'd love to have them. This is a man who's very advanced. He was early in, and he's done very well with them, the Abraham Accords. No, it's. I think they should happen. The big impediment to the Abraham Accords. We have our original countries, very smart countries, every one of them. Do you notice that even during that period of conflict, nobody dropped out? Nobody said, oh, gee, I'm going to drop out. Nobody. I think they're all going to come in now into the Abraham Accords. The only conflict was a place called Iran. And I understand that, you know, it's a little bit tough when people were afraid of Iran. But I think they're going to all start coming in again. Good question, actually.
Mr. President, what do you say to Republicans like Senator Lindsey Graham, who is skeptical of the MOU?
Lindsey is skeptical?
Yes.
I'll have to talk to Lindsey. He'll be in big trouble. Lindsey's good. Lindsey's fine. He's not skeptical. He's just fine. Look, this agreement covers something very nicely. We're not paying for anything. We're not doing anything. The markets now are higher than they were when we started. Remember that. The stock market now is 2,500, maybe even more than that, points higher than it was when we said. So it's pretty amazing. This agreement's about one thing, that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. Never, ever, ever. The rest of it's irrelevant, frankly.
Senator Graham also said that an eventual agreement with Iran should be sent to Congress for review. Would you do that?
I never thought of it, but I would. I wouldn't mind. I mean, you know, the Democrats, you know, we call them Democrats because they're dumb people. The Democrats are, well, what I'd like to do is send it to Congress saying you shouldn't approve it, and I'll get it approved. Whatever I say, they want to do the opposite. It's not working too well for them, by the way. But yeah, I never thought about sending it, never even thought about it, but I will. I will send it to Congress. I like the idea. I mean, who wouldn't approve it? Let's let them have a nuclear weapon. The Democrats will say, oh, they should have a nuclear weapon. They'll go crazy. I like the idea. Send it to Congress, please, all right?
Mr. President, were you briefed on the attack plans for the UFC event at the White House? There was, the FBI ordered an attack.
I haven't heard about it, no. But I watched, the attack that I watched were the fighters. And he saw it too, by the way. He was sitting back home in his beautiful palace and he was watching that. And they were as good a fights as I've ever seen. Right?
The best fight.
The best. They were. That last fight was brutal.
Wow.
And the two last, all of the fights.
Two fights.
It was all good. It was a great evening. It was very different for the White House, but I wish you could have been there. We built an incredible arena. Dana did a great job.
Is there going to be another fight next year, Mr. President?
Well, I don't know. I got away with it then because 250 years. You know. Maybe in another 50, maybe in 300.
Are you considering an increase on sanctions on Russia and whether to remove those?
Well, soon we'll be able to do that because the oil is now flowing. So we took sanctions off because obviously we're not looking to impede the oil. So we're in a position to do that soon.
Let them lapse?
Yeah,
okay.
at some point.
Mr. President, I have a question.
Yes.
Regarding this.
What a nice-looking person. Is he from your country?
Yeah.
Is he from your country?
Absolutely.
No, he's got such a nice way about him. My people are so mean. Look at him, handsome guy. Can put him.
Be careful.
No, I can put him in a movie right now. Go ahead.
Mr. President, how can we make sure that Strait of Hormuz is lasting for open for lasting and navigation in the future?
Have a United States with a strong president. It's the only way you can do it, I guess, when you think we have all the agreements you want. The agreements for bad people don't mean anything. Look, we were the ones that blockaded they blockaded it, and we then said, well, we blockaded it for them, so they didn't get any oil. You're going to need to have, and this is true with a lot of things, if you have a strong president of the United States, a lot of good things can happen. You know? You know that better than anybody, right?
Absolutely.
You know it better than anybody.
Stability of the Middle East.
Can you talk a little bit more about the plan for the enriched uranium that is in the mountains?
Yeah, we do. We'll take it.
Has Iran said they would welcome the U.S. coming in? How specific?
Iran will be just fine. What's happening is that at an appropriate time, there's no rush at all. We have cameras from space on it. We know everybody that goes there, which is like nobody. The B-2 bombers hit it. The entire mountain collapsed inside it. It's a very tough excavation. Nobody else can do it but us and probably China. They have the equipment, we have the equipment. We're in no rush, but we get it, and when we get it, we'll destroy it.
Is that part
We're not looking to take it, we're looking to destroy it. We have plenty of it.
Tell it the Versailles dinner tomorrow night. What prompted you to go to that? The dinner tomorrow night in Versailles.
So, well, I'm a fan of beautiful places. And I was leaving in the afternoon, and then the French president, who happens to be a very nice man, invited me to dinner at Versailles. And Versailles is not a gold leaf. Versailles is the real deal. And I said, I'd like to do it. I mean, you know, all it means is that I get home later in the evening, meaning early in the morning, and I'm not a big sleeper anyway. I'll be in the Oval Office I won't lose any time in the Oval Office. So I have to say this, our country is doing really well. We're doing better than we've ever done as a country. The stock market's the highest, everything's the highest. 401ks are the highest they've ever been by 25%. And we're doing really well. And now you're going to see prices coming down. You know, when I took over, prices were very high. We had the worst inflation in the history of our country. Prices were high, eggs were high, bacon was high, everything was high. And the first question I got asked, what about affordability? I did a news conference one day after I took over, and these people said, what about affordability? I said, I didn't cause it, but I'm bringing it down. And now with the fuel going way down, you saw it yesterday, it went down $6, $7. With fuel going down, as goes fuel, so goes everything. I've always seen that, right? Fuel, you're in a very good business, because as goes fuel, so goes everything. Fuel is dropping. It's now in the 70s per barrel, and I think we'll get it down. When I say, I was in Iowa, and we had great victories in Iowa, and when I left, I noticed at a gas station, $1.85 a gallon. That's where we were. It's a little bit higher generally, but I saw two stations, $1.85, one had $1.91, and you know, we're going to get around those levels, so very honored. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, President.
All right. I was frozen there for a second. President Trump said that he was going to go over the memorandum of understanding in a couple of days with the press. That's what he said, among other things. So we spent a bunch of time in the first part of the stream talking about the memorandum of understanding and the update. So if you want to see that, rewind and go watch. I'll take a few more comments here. We did a poll, and a number of you think that majority of you think, about 70% or so, think that there's not going to be a signing on Friday. Hey, by the way, thanks to Ken Lance for being a member. Thank you, Ken. Let's see here. But he is at the G7, and I don't know if he's still there right this second. I'm not aware. Let me see here. What was the last post? He did a bilateral with the UAE. I thought he was right. See, now I'm confused because I'm sorry, I misidentified the person he was talking to. So the caption on the original video, well, I might have read the wrong caption. He was talking to the president of the UAE, and I said the president of Qatar initially, which is my fault, and I'm an idiot. I read the wrong thing. I totally apologize. I believe I had read, I was looking at the wrong video description. So I said the president of UAE, which I don't even know if that makes sense. He was, I didn't say that. He was actually meeting, I said he was meeting with, I don't even know where I got this from. Maybe I just had a brain freeze. I thought I said Qatar. I think I said the Emir of Qatar or something. And I read that and I just was reading the wrong thing. That's totally my fault. Yeah, I think I said it was the Mirror Qatar, which is just false. And I just read the wrong thing. That was the president of the UAE. So I very much apologize. Anyways, yeah, I just read the wrong thing. That was stupid. So I apologize to you. It was mostly him talking. I was playing it so we could see him talking about the peace deal stuff. All right. So let's see. Styx says, based on a lie, there is no deal. Oh, I did want to mention also one other thing. I did want to mention one other thing I saw. That Matt Talmer mentioned to me that Elena Treen of CNN reported that a U.S. official told her that people shouldn't read too much into the language of the memorandum of understanding. The U.S. official said it's a political document, and what's more important than the actual document is the understandings that we have each other. And the official told her, we came up with language that allows Iran to say what they need to say for their domestic politics. Who knows? We haven't seen the document yet, so we'll see if and when that happens, what it says. We talked earlier about some reporting about what's in it, but as I mentioned, the reporting suggests it's short, like a page and a half long, and that a number of the things in the document are not very explicit. So, for example, saying that the fighting has to end in Lebanon, that doesn't itself say whether Israel has to leave Lebanon. So we'll be keeping an eye in the coming days. Okay, well, guys, we have covered both of the big stories I wanted to cover today and some other stuff. And I think right now I'm going to start wrapping up this live stream. If there's big news tonight, I can come back on the air and do another stream. And we will keep you updated on the latest. I am sure there'll be more updates about the Middle East to come. And we'll have to see what happens with this memorandum of understanding and all the negotiations. But I really appreciate everybody being here for the stream, and I will keep an eye on stuff. And also, I'll post updates about stories when I'm not on the air on my X account, which is @Lookner on X. I still haven't heard anybody else report the NBC report. NBC reported that Iran, a U.S. official, told them that Iran had fired drones each night since the memorandum was agreed to at commercial ships, and that the U.S. had shot the drones down. I've seen nothing about that anywhere else, so I'll be keeping an eye out for that. But @Lookner on X is where you can follow me for posts about breaking news when I'm not on the air. And hey, subscribe, follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news here without an agenda, Agenda Free TV. And I would suggest turning on our notifications, because you never know when there's going to be big news and I'm going to have to rush on the air. So if you want to get a message before we go live every time, telling you we're going live so you don't miss a stream, sign up to our free notifications. They work great. The mods will post a link to the free notifications in the chat. You can also find a link to those on YouTube and Facebook in the description of this video. Tom Mix thinks the agreement with Iran is a farce. We will be covering it more. Let's see here. And if you missed the stream, you can go back and watch the stream tonight. But I appreciate everybody watching. We took a bunch of comments. I really appreciate people sending their comments in, their questions, letting me know your updates that you're hearing and participating in the chat. So thanks for tuning in. And so a big thanks to our moderators. Huge thanks to our moderators. You guys are awesome. Our moderators are the ones who allow us to have the chats. We could not have the chat rooms without our moderators. So thanks to our moderators, such as Ruth and Beth Mythical over there on YouTube, and all of our other moderators. Our moderators, keeping the chats respectful and civil, so I really appreciate it. Thanks to Ruth and Beth Mythical and all of our other YouTube moderators, our Twitch moderators, such as... Hang on a moment. Good Luck Duck, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev. And all of our other Twitch moderators. Quick thanks to Brainrot 9000 for subscribing, who's now been subscribing for 6 more months, for a year now. Brainrot 9000, thank you over on Twitch. I really appreciate that. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha, moderate for us on X. Thank you. Andrea Holder, K. Lowry Body on Facebook, Darren Charlo. Huge thanks. All of our mods. Oh, and thanks to Shaft for the memberships. That's really nice of you, Shaft. Thank you. And thanks everybody else who supported the channel today. That's so nice of you guys. I really appreciate it. That's what allows this channel to be on the air, is your support. So So thanks so much for all of your support in the channel, everybody over on YouTube and Twitch and everywhere else. I think I thanked everybody. Hopefully I got everybody. But thank you again for supporting. Thank you so much for supporting the channel and letting the channel exist. I don't know. I thought with Facebook, I thought I had ended the poll on Facebook. I don't know though. Yeah, it says results active. Close results. Sorry, I could still see the poll results on Facebook. Hey, we do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. It's free. Our free Discord chat. Check out the free Discord chat. You can find it at the same link as the free notifications link. So check it out. Thanks to our Discord mods who help out with our Discord chat as well. And a reminder, if you're on X, hey, follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. I always post there on X when we're about to come on the air, give you a heads up, and post updates about the channel there at Agenda Free TV on X. For those of you who are on X. And give me a moment. Give me one moment. Oh, for those who are on YouTube, I would suggest turning on the YouTube notifications. Another way to find out when we're live. If you want to turn on the YouTube notifications, the way to do that is subscribe to the channel, then click the bell and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, well, click the bell and choose all notifications so you can get the notifications. Okay, I also want to shout out our Facebook subscribers. Thank you so much, people like Jennifer Ellers. Thanks, Jennifer. Brian Davio, Diane Allworth, K. Lowry Body, and all of our other Facebook subscribers. Huge thanks to all of you. Our Twitch subscribers. Andy in Austin. Naomi Russo, Pizza Sub. Brainrot 9000. Wall Street Shaggy, Andy in Austin. Maverick in Mexico. Dancing in the Sand. Naomi Russo, pre-breakfast banana. Matthew Kohai 3, Hugh J, thank you. Simp Nasty Scrimp, Susan CHF, Alperer, My Mind Spray, thank you. Twitch subscribers. Wisco Joe, CVR757, Strong One, and all of our other Twitch subscribers. Big thanks. And our YouTube members, like Platinum Dose, The Sofa King, Evelyn in Maine, Eric Johnson, Joseph Say, Roger Shoemaker, Ken Lance, Gary Baines, J.K. Sinar, Glasstron, Kazi Michelle, Steel Booking, Idaho Sweet Syringa, Beam Me Up, Relaxation Time, Stacy W., Gary Baines, Schaff. Thank you, Jeff Buddington, all of our other viewers. Thai Boxer Life, J.K. Sinar, thanks for being a member. Jasper's Mom Forever, I think it was. Princess Kidda, Cleary, Rochelle Jackson, Brittany Baby Girl, thanks for watching. LL Ott, Babster, God Sagan, Greetings from Space. Psycho Mosh, thanks for being here. And Phyllis Morrow Bauer, thanks Phyllis for watching. And your note, Audrey Burbank as well. Thanks Audrey for watching. Melissa Terry. All right, guys. So again, I'll be keeping an eye on stuff tonight. If there's big news, we can come on the air and do more coverage. So I'll be keeping an eye out tonight, and I'm sure we'll have more soon. So again, thanks so much for watching. That is it for now, and we'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.